We'd like to call this evening's meeting of the Peoria City Council to order. Welcome Joe Deacon and his listening audience at WCBU as well as Cable Channel 22. Madam Clerk, the council microphones are open for roll call.
Mayor Ardis.
Here.
Councilmember Ali. Councilmember Sear.
Here.
Councilmember Graham.
Here.
Councilmember Jensen. Councilmember Kelly.
Here.
Councilmember Montalongo.
Here.
Councilmember Moore.
Present.
Councilmember Euler.
Here.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Here.
And Councilmember Reckriegel.
Present.
You have a quorum present, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A couple housekeeping notes. We have, again, welcomed Joe Deacon and WCBU, but we will be preempted on WCBU at 8 o'clock tonight as they cover the RNC. So our listeners that would be listening on WCBU can continue to follow the meeting at the live stream at peoriagov.org or on City of Peoria TV, on YouTube, or by watching Public Access 22. We also have a notice in accordance with Governor Pritzker's Executive Order 2020-48, which continues to limit any gatherings of more than 50 people, and Executive Order 2020-44, requiring the provision of video, audio, or telephonic access to meetings, and the CDC recommending social distancing of at least 6 feet between persons. City Hall is implementing changes and restrictions for the council meeting on August 25th, 2020, while complying with the Open Meetings Act. The council meeting will be conducted in person with members of the council present in council chambers with plexiglass barriers. Department heads are in their offices and some city staff in room 404 with the ability to remotely answer questions while maintaining a 6-foot distance. 15 members of the public and 1 member of the media can be present inside council chambers. Temperature screenings are required upon entry to City Hall, and face coverings required while inside. Members of the public and media are invited to watch through the live stream, YouTube, Television Channel 22, or CBU Radio. Submissions for public comment were received through the city clerk's office. The agenda, minutes, and video podcast of the meeting will be available online through the city's website. As we stand for a moment of silent prayer or silent reflection, I would like to ask everyone to please keep County Board Chairman Andrew Rand and his family in your thoughts and prayers. Andrew lost his mom this week, and we know it's been a difficult time, and we just like to ask everybody to please keep Chairman Rand and his family in your prayers. Now please join me and stand for a moment of silent prayer or silent reflection, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilman Reckriegel.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of the regular joint city council and town board meeting held on August 11th, 2020 as printed.
Seconded by Councilmember Graham. Any discussions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
We're at the consent agenda. 20-212 is a request to approve the low bid of Horwitz Concrete Company in the amount of $296,745 and award a contract for the North Side Business Park TIF sidewalk improvements with an additional authorization of 5% for contingencies for a total contract award of $311,582. 20-213 is an appointment by Mayor Artis to the Peoria Civic Center Authority with a request to concur of Carrie Ross. 20-214 is an appointment by Mayor Artis to the Transportation Commission with a request to concur of Jada Hare, and that completes your consent agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Items to remove from consent this evening. Councilwoman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 20-212, please.
Okay, 212. Any other items to remove from consent? Have a motion to approve the remaining items. Councilmember Riggenbach, seconded. Councilmember Kelly. If there's no further discussion, please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-212 is the request to approve the low bid of Horwitz Concrete for the North Side Business Park TIF sidewalk improvements.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I plan to move for approval on this. I pulled it just to make a request. Is Director Powers there or someone from Public Works?
They are.
Okay. I would just like to request on the document, it indicates that the good faith documentation has been submitted and reviewed by the Chief Diversity Officer. I'd like to make a request that in the future, when that statement is listed, that that document actually appears so that we can see that it's there. And then the second request on these types of items would be that upon the project completion, that I don't think we get a report that indicates how close they were or over they were on their minority goals. And so if we could start getting some kind of after the project completion report to determine in real time instead of the next year how this came about, what our concern, I would appreciate that. Director Powers, is that possible?
Yes, Counselor, I believe it is.
Thank you. And with that, I'd like to move for approval.
Okay, motion to approve, seconded by Councilman Riggenbach. Is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
We're at first readings. 20-215 is a request to receive and file a first reading of an ordinance amending Appendix A, the Unified Development Code relating to tattoo, palmist, psychic, or medium, or massage parlors.
Corporation Counsel, did you want to give us a review on this first reading? Or did Director Black want to give us? Okay,
Director Black will provide that overview.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. This is really just a cleanup item. When the old zoning ordinance and the land development code were combined into the Unified Development Code several years ago, we inadvertently did not leave these types of uses as special uses in the C1 district. The C1 district is our smaller scale commercial district. Think in terms of the commercial properties around Glen and Sheridan or Glen and University, or the commercial properties on Brandywine Drive, that type of scale of commercial development. These uses were always permitted as a special use in the C1 district, so this is simply putting them back where they were before.
Thank you, Director Black. Are there any questions or discussion? First reading. Councilman Riggenbach.
Receive and file.
Okay, motion to receive and file, seconded by Councilman Kelly. Discussion, Councilman Sear? No? Okay. We have a motion and a second on the first reading. Please cast your ballots. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Item 20-216 is a request to receive and file a first reading of an ordinance establishing a joint commission on racial justice and equity with the County of Peoria.
I'll take this just for a second, and then I'd like to hand it off to Council Member Ali. Shortly after the tragic incident in Minneapolis on May 25th, I believe, when George Floyd was killed, obviously our community joined every other community across the country with outrage and concern. We had a discussion, and I spoke with Dr. Ali, and we were able to put a group of people in the community together. It was never meant to be a committee that lasted forever. It was basically a quick sounding board of people from across the community that wanted to all work together and make sure that our community got out in front on a lot of these issues regarding racial justice and equity. We were very fortunate because this is Dr. Ali's area of expertise at ICC, so she is very well versed in this subject matter and also very well respected within the community. So it was we were very fortunate to have the group of people from across the community that came together to help us kind of talk through some, the first couple meetings, probably just really talking through some feelings, some really deep feelings and some really serious concerns, but then help us to formulate what we ended up coming up with, which is this the commission that we're proposing, working jointly with Peoria County on this. So I would take no credit for this. I would like to totally acknowledge that Dr. Ali really did a fabulous job of bringing this group together. We had weekly meetings for several months, and I think this is a good product that our community will be very supportive of. And so, Dr. Ali, if I could ask you maybe just to give us a summary, and I think you may have a speaker or two that wants to help, but I think that the council will be very pleased outside of the information that we got in our packet. I think you'll be very pleased with what you're going to hear that's transpired over the last couple months. So, Dr. Ali, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Artis. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to chair that group, ad hoc group of community leaders of all different races and all different ages that were so passionate at trying to come up with some quick wins and some recommendations and to put in place a structure that could support racial justice and equity on a long-term basis. So I thank you for your leadership in pulling this group together and for the opportunity given to me to lead those discussions. And as Mayor Artis indicated, they were very sensitive discussions. It's talking about race, talking about racial justice and equity requires a safe space. It requires some level of freedom to be able to speak from your heart and speak from your mind. And we did that over many Wednesday mornings following the death of George Floyd and the civil unrest that has taken place since then. So I'm very proud of what resulted from those meetings, and this is one of the most important outcomes that came, but there were several other outcomes that resulted. So before I actually give some additional background, I want to acknowledge the people that were a part of this effort. And if just bear with me, if you would, I just would like to call them out because I want to say thank you to each of them for their participation. And what I failed to do was to sort my list alphabetically. So if your name is last, it doesn't mean that you're any more important than the first name. I just didn't get a chance to alphabetize. So the participants of the Wednesday morning meetings outside of Mayor Artis and Chairman Andrew Rand were County Board Chairman Andrew Rand, and may his mother rest in heaven. Mr. Andre Allen, Dean of Methodist College. Mr. Brian Wardle, men's basketball coach at Bradley University. Mr. Carl Cannon, founder and director of Elite. Dr. Chris Reynolds, Vice President for Intercollegiate Athletics at Bradley University. Officer Daniel Duncan, Peoria Police Department. Senator David Kaler, State Senator. Councilwoman Denise Moore, and also owner of the Black Business Association. Pastor Devereux Hubbard, pastor of St. Paul Baptist Church. Mr. Henry Vickery, Director of Community Relations at Caterpillar. Representative Jahan Gordon Booth, State of Illinois Rep. Dr. Joseph Picon, OSF ethicist. I'm learning about what that is. Dr. Keith Knepp, CEO and President of Unity Point. Pastor Marty Johnson, pastor of New Beginnings Ministries. Pastor Marvin Hightower, President, Peoria NAACP. Dr. Manaski Iyer, Dean of University of Illinois School of Medicine. Dr. Michael Cruz, CEO and President, OSF. Mr. Patrick Urick, City Manager, Peoria. Representative Ryan Spain, State Rep. Mr. Scott Sorrell, Peoria County Administrator. Dr. Sharon Demule-Karat, Superintendent, Peoria Public Schools. Dr. Sheila Quirk-Bailey, ICC President. Mr. Sincere Williams, co-founder of Young Revolution. And I said the last person is not the least. Mr. Gary Moore of WPNV Radio, and more importantly, Councilwoman Moore's husband. So I want to thank each of them for their participation in identifying a collective impact model that this ad hoc group is proposing that we transition to, a model that will convene 16 to 20 people to serve as commissioners of this new city-county commission on racial justice and equity, which will also include a subcommittee in various areas where racial inequities are found. And those are the justice system, child and youth development, information technology, mobility and transportation, economic development and jobs, environment and climate, quality housing, and health and human services. These are all the subgroups that will work on studying the issues, looking at the disparities, making recommendations for policy changes, for changes in practices and procedures, so that we're removing barriers and closing gaps so that all people in our city and our county can be prosperous and successful. That's the goal of our commission, our proposed commission. And I pray that you will support this when it comes to a joint meeting tonight and in a joint meeting with the county. I think that keeping our eye on the prize is very important. This structure, and it is somewhat modeled after King County, Washington, in terms of the areas of that they studied, the areas where they found the most racial inequity. We're proposing adopting those same areas of where the determinants of equity are found. I would like to ask a couple members of our community who participated in the discussions, Pastor Marty Johnson and Pastor Hightower, are here. With your permission, Mayor, and permission of the council, if they could just say a few words.
Seeing no objections, welcome, pastors.
Good evening, Council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for calling this group together. Really appreciate it, and especially Dr. Ali for leading this group in this discussions and talk. Whenever you talk about racism, it's not an easy subject because it's a long history to it, and this is an onion that needs to be peeled. And this group, or the commission, the establishment of this commission, is the first step in eradicating some of the issues that we have here in Peoria locally. Now, it won't be done overnight, but we have to keep our hand on the plow, not give up, not give in, meet the measurables, and meet the goal, which is to make Peoria better for all of us. Because when we all get along, we all get along. When it's all better for all of us. So with that in mind, I just would like to thank all of you for this consideration of this commission.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and also Dr. Ali and all the City Council. I would like to also echo my same comments with Pastor Hightower in that this is the first of many steps for us. It was Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. who said the time is always right to do what is right. And I believe right now, as we're met, and as she shared with us, that as we opened up as a group of community stakeholders of all of our different levels in the city, and just our care and our compassion for where we're at, not just in the city of Peoria, but as a nation, there were moments that we were able to be real and sort of share what our true feelings are, and that even in all the positions that, this is what I kind of shared with the group, I said, I believed with all the positions that are on the phone, and I say the same thing here with all the positions and all the authority and all the power and influence that is in the room right here, I believe God has given us the responsibility and the ability to do that which is right. And so I hope and I pray that with this commission, as I said, is the first step of many steps. This is just something that came to be able to launch us in a forward direction and to also communicate to our community that it's not just one and done and we're moving, because sometimes we, in critical hours in the nation, we'll move and we'll have a sense of urgency, but then as things sort of die down, then we return back to business as usual. And so it's my hope and my prayer that that's not the case here in the city and the county of Peoria, but that in the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, the time is always right to do the right thing. And I hope with this commission, it will help navigate us to be able to make Peoria better. So thank you for your time, and thank you for your service to our city.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to add that it is a proactive means for us to address issues of this matter, rather than constantly being a reactive mode. And I know that there are people that are waiting for an opportunity to be part of the solution. You may recall those community conversations on race that took place a number of years ago. And I want all those hundreds of people to know that participated in those community conversations at the Gateway Building and at the Civic Center, that those ideas that you had, those recommendations are not lost because they've been recaptured. That information was saved. The city manager has all those thoughts and ideals captured. We're going to pick back up on that. It's not lost. And we want to invite the community. There's going to be opportunities for dozens and dozens of people to engage through this commission and its subcommittees. And I believe that there's going to be such a great response that we're not going to have room for everyone initially. We are going to provide training in equity and racial justice for participants of the commission and its subgroups, for some staff within the county and the city, and it's going to be paid for through a grant that has been a grant that has been provided by Senator Kaler to Illinois Central College. And Illinois Central College is going to provide the training for the commissioners and some of the city and county staff. So it's difficult to have a lens for equity, to have the foundation if you don't have the understanding. And so the training will help to bring better understanding to this issue. And so at this point, I just would like to ask Mr. Manager if you could kind of walk through some of the highlights or elements of the commission, proposed commission.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Yes, as Councilwoman Ali mentioned, the commission has been established with the goals to establish racially inclusive leadership, to promote focused discussions on racial equity, have the creation of a racial justice and equity strategic plan, to have those work groups established to look at pro-equity policies and procedures and systems in various areas where racial inequities exist, that we would deliver annual periodic reports. There would be, within the commission, it would be staffed at an administrative level by the Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer. The clerical staff and support staff would be provided by the county. Legal support would be provided by the Corporation Council. And ideally, the efforts initially would be to get the commission formed, get them trained, and then get them to begin to develop that strategic plan and look at the specific areas of focus that we need to be zeroing in on. So,
lastly, from my point of view, I just want to stress that this is not duplicating any existing commissions that we have in the city or the county, for that matter. This commission and its work groups will focus solely on racial justice and equity within each of these areas, these topical areas. So it's not to take the place of the police community relations or do the same, have the same responsibility. It's solely to focus on the issue at hand. Thank you, Mayor.
Dr. Ali, I think maybe just one piece of information, because we already have received a lot of requests for process. So in terms of people that would be interested in putting their names forward, if you'd like to. Sure.
So we call ourselves, the Wednesday morning meetings, the Coalition for Racial Justice and Equity. And so there is a nominating committee that has grown from that will actually screen the applications and make recommendations to the mayor and the county board chair. So that's kind of the initial nominating committee, and moving forward from that, then the nominations will come from the commission itself. We are also looking at an online application process, and once we can get things in place or approved, that people can fill out an application online in maybe 3 to 5 minutes, and then we would get back with them.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Moore.
I was going to second your motion to pull it forward, but I wanted to thank Dr. Ali for her leadership on this commission. It was outstanding. You were in your purpose. It was obvious this is what you were uniquely qualified to run this commission. I want to thank the mayor for initiating the commission and selecting someone as qualified as Dr. Ali to spearhead it, because I didn't feel like we were wasting any time. You made sure everybody's voice was heard. You made sure that there were all types of voices at the meeting. And I just can't thank you enough for leading us in this direction that is sorely needed. So thank you.
Thank you. So we have a second for our motion. Any other questions or discussion on the first reading? Okay. I'm seeing none. So we have a motion and a second. Dr. Ali, thanks again for all your efforts on this. Please cast your ballots. And the motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
We're at regular business. 20-217 is a request to approve the declaration of local state of emergency.
Councilman Regenbach.
Move for the approval?
Okay, a motion to approve, seconded Councilmember Moore. Is there discussion on this item? Councilman Montalongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question I have, I guess, if in the past, since our last meeting, has there been any expenses made that should be reported to the council?
Thank you, Councilman. We have been making expenditures that have been just documenting staff time that has been dedicated towards COVID-19. And then we just, at the last Tourism Reserve Fund meeting, there was an action taken to work to try and raise awareness of how our restaurants are reopening safely, and that we will submit those expenses as part of the reimbursement process as well through the state's allocation of reimbursement funds that we have. So that's been it. We'll be happy to get the council an updated documentation of all the COVID-19 expenses.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further lights for discussion, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your ballots. That motion passes with 10 ayes, 1 no. Councilmember Montalongo. Madam Clerk.
20-218 is a communication from the city manager with a request for the following. A is to approve the new EDA CARES Act revolving loan fund plan, and B is to adopt an ordinance amending the City of Peoria 2020 to 2021 biennial budget relating to the new revolving loan fund program through a grant from the Economic Development Administration CARES Act Recovery Assistance in the amount of $1,419,000 and the corresponding expenditures of $1,290,000 to establish the loan fund and $129,000 for administrative cost. And we need 2 separate motions and votes, please.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask, I believe that we have Cesar Suarez, who is one of our senior economic development specialists, who will walk through this additional grant that we've just received from the Economic Development Administration and talk about the highlights of this.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick, Mayor, and City Council members. Just wanted to run by to let you know that EDA back during the CARES Act funding received $1.5 billion, and as a result, they made available to their existing RLF operators, of which we are one. We currently have a revolving loan fund of $1.29 million, and as you can tell, the origins of that was back from 1988, in which every dollar we put in, EDA put in $2. In this case, however, EDA is coming out with funds to match our existing revolving loan fund capital plan. And so they're giving us a grant without any kind of match of $1.4 million, $1.29 for the capital base, and $129,000 for administrative expenses. The objective EDA would like to see with this loan program is we get the money out quick, fast, and they're giving us a limit of 2 years. To give you an example, I've been here for 5 years now, and I've loaned out we all did, not me, but we loaned out $1.1 million over a 5-year period. They want us to loan all this money out, 1.3 in 2 years. In fact, our goal, we would like to get the money out to businesses that are in need of financing within a year. And so that's going to be our goal, is to get it out in a year. If we do so successfully, perhaps we'll get more funding from EDA to continue the program. What's unique about this program is when EDA provided it, is they are waiving certain aspects of the existing RLF program. For example, they're waiving actually 3 different things. One is the interest rate. Normally, ours is at 4%. The new revolving loan fund could be as low as 0%. They're also waiving the issue of having on a per project basis, that typically the old program that we have, the existing program, is we can only finance about 50% or 1/3 of the project cost. Under the new program, we can actually fund up to 100%. That's not the nature of what we're saying, but it can go that high. The other thing, too, is our existing loan program, typically we have to go in with a bank as a gap financing. In this case, EDA wants us to be basically sole and direct lending to get the money out without the need for another bank, and that's what we call credit otherwise available. They're waiving those things. So the bottom line is EDA is really trying to encourage all our existing RLF operators to get the money out expeditiously, but to be mindful that we still have to use prudent lending practices. And so that's what we try to build into this program. What's also unique about the new RLF program under the CARES Act is we're building what we call standardized loan programs. If you look through the material, you'll see that the way loans are typically done is on an individualized basis, and you look at the programs individually in a very unique circumstance. But to get the money out quickly, it was important to establish standardized loans. And you can see in your packet, we developed two of them. One was called the business capacity conversion loan, and the other one is the business to landlord participation loan program. And again, it's really looking out in the marketplace and finding out what the financing needs are out there. And the bottom line here is that this is a business recovery loan program, and this program needs to be adaptable, flexible, competitive, affordable, so that businesses who are on the rebound are able to provide and pay back this loan in a manner that's suitable to their revenue stream. And that is really predicated upon what stage they are in recovery, what the governor is allowing for businesses to open, in what fashion. And so businesses are really at sometimes 20% capacity right now in revenue capacity. So therefore, their loan payment should be such that we could charge low interest rates, 0%, defer payments up to a year. This would have seemed pretty strange at times, but if you looked at other programs that have been rolled out, like the EIDL program or the PPP, some of those deferred payments were up to a year as well, 12 months deferment on those loan programs. So we're doing something that's sort of, I guess, common in the COVID era in terms of providing financing that's very attractive. But I think what we've developed here is one of the most attractive loan programs I've seen in the marketplace. And so we're very excited about it. The comparison of the two programs you can see in one of the attachments. I don't want to go through it in detail, but to say that this is really kind of our existing loan program on steroids. We're here to loan this out, but actually we're still using as prudent lending practices as we can. The other thing that in order to get the money out as quick as possible is that in our old program, we had the city manager with the ability to approve loans under $15,000. With this new program, we're asking them to be $50,000 or less. Again, why? Because much of the programming and needs out there cannot wait for like 3-week lead time in bringing all these loans to council. I mentioned before that the average loan volume has been about 1.5 loans per year since 1988, which is, it's a low volume, but they're high amount loans, high dollar amounts. In this case, we're looking at high volume and low dollar amounts. So it's expected that we're going to probably provide around 50 to 70 loans within a year's period. And so in order to do that quickly, we had to raise the threshold for city manager approval. And that's at $50,000 per the comparison that I've made. So with that, the only other thing I wanted to say is that with our history, I'm proud to say that our loan program, when I first got here, was at the capacity or what we deployed was at 23%. Now with our existing loan program, we have deployed 82% of the funds there. So we not only have about $250,000 in our current revolving loan fund program, which we'll still use, but the $1.3 million that's coming down and becoming available is certainly something that we'd like to get out to the businesses where the capital is needed. With that, I take any questions. In your package, I show a report that we provide to EDA every 6 months. I do believe that in 6 months from now, sometime in February, March of next year, to come back to council and see and look how this program is running, both the old and the new program, and report back to you and see how we're doing with, again, getting the money out and as judiciously as possible. So With that, I defer to the mayor and Patrick.
Thank you, Mr. Suarez. Questions or discussion? I have Councilmember Ruckriegel first.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all your work on this. And you said this, but I think it's worth repeating again because I think the public really needs to hear and understand this piece, that with this $1.4 million that's coming here with the CARES Act, 1.29 million of this is going into the revolving loan, and we're not having to match anything of that. And as a matter of fact, they're giving us some extra dollars to be able to help on the administration of that. That is unprecedented in other times, and now very much needed to be able to get this money directly and quickly out to our community. If this is passed tonight, how quickly will this application process be open?
It's a good question, and we're looking, when we pass this is the current RLF plan represents what we call an operating manual that sets the outer limits of how we operate the program, and within that we can, we're going to have to submit this after council approval to EDA. Last time we did this, it took 3 weeks, so I'm estimating that we would be able to launch sometime in mid-September next month with this program, and to market and get it out and start accepting applications.
Okay. And for those that are listening, or for those that may not be listening tonight, how will this information be available for the public to be able to learn more about it, to see the application process, and be sure that they are as knowledgeable as we are here at the room tonight?
Yeah, it's when you look at the kind of volume we're looking to do with this program, we're going to look to two broad approaches. One is the high-tech version and the high-touch. The high-touch version is just call us, and we will send you the information via email or mail. The high-tech version, there's going to be a new platform that we're going to stand up, in which if you are, have a computer, you can actually make application online and fill out all the application forms, and then we can then review it. Almost a complete paperless version and copy to make loan approvals. So we'll both have a high-touch and a high-tech manner of getting the loan money out. So we're going to give people phone numbers, obviously, our personal phones, or actually a link as to where you can make application for the loan program.
Great. Thank you for that information, and thank you for all your work on this.
Thank you. Would also like to remind the listening audience that this information, as well as all the other information for the council meeting tonight on all these items, are available on our website under council meeting information. I had Councilmember Sear next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions. Question number one, can you tell us or talk to us a little bit about our fees, the 10%? And question number two is, in an effort to make more money available to small businesses, could we instead roll our fees into the repayment of whatever the loans would be?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do give the option of fees. We charge $100 up front for the application fee and a 1% closing fee for the principal amount of the loan. And we give the applicant an opportunity to pay for the application up front fee. And then the closing fee, obviously, when we close on the loan, they're able to bring a check with us. We can add the 1% fee to the actual principal amount. Is another way. We just give that opportunity to the borrower to decide how they want to pay for those fees. And those fees are very important, obviously, because it allows us to market the program and also pay for administrative expenses as well. This is how the old revolving loan fund operates now. And the platform that I spoke of is a way that we need funds to continue financing that particular platform. And so, yes, it's important then to charge the fees, but the good thing is we can roll it into the principal amount at the very end during closing.
Thank
you. Thank you. I had Councilmember Moore next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Suarez, for all your work on this. This is outstanding. I've read through this a number of times, and I'm going to go through it again. But I do have a couple of questions, 3 to be exact. The first question is, what is your plan to communicate this information to the minority community? Under your allowable borrowers on page 9 of 22, you've shown minority business enterprises, small disadvantaged business enterprises, and disrupted business enterprises. That's 3/5 of the minority of the allowable borrowers. So I'm interested in knowing how you plan to connect to the minority community in this regard.
Excellent question. And yes, what we're doing is we have putting an advertisement in key periodicals, the Community Word being one. The other one would be the Peoria County Journal. The other thing would be is we'll have a very aggressive social media campaign. Kevin Evans right now is putting together a variety of marketing materials, so we'll use all the social media that we can as well. Also, I'm part of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and so we have a newsletter that will be going out through that manner. Of course, through the Minority Business Development Center and the Black Chamber of Commerce as well. These are all the different routes we'll take, and I'm glad to say that in partnership with Kevin Evans that we're able to get all that communication out. So it's going to be, yes, a strong push on the social media and digital marketing effort. Some not as much on the advertising because, again, that can be quite expensive. But whatever, I mentioned about the fees, and as we collect the fees and the closings, we can certainly pump more into the advertising. Here again, our goal is to get the money out, and certainly advertising is big, social media is big, but also the personal relationships that we had over time. During COVID, we've met and talked, telephoned, lots of businesses, and even there is sort of like an interested list of people that I've already spoke with that say, I'm interested in the program, let me know when it starts. And so this loan program, so a lot of word of mouth as well. So there's going to be a variety of ways. And we are already connected with the minority community. It's just a matter of really communicating, giving them materials, and having getting loan ready for the application process. And also a lot of technical assistance is going to be needed as well. And we're prepared for that, too, with our partners to deliver a TA where necessary. So there's going to be, sometimes hand-holding to make this happen, people to put their financials together as well. So it's going to be a concerted effort by, and also another individual we're putting on to assist is Shammer Robinson as well. Will be assisting us as another staffer to help out with this effort.
And I'm sure you meant to mention the Traveler newspaper as one of the premier organizations or news media to make sure that if you're putting ads in papers, you mentioned the Community Word. The Traveler would be right up there with anybody else because they uniquely service the minority community.
Yes, thanks for that, and certainly can add them to the list.
My second question is, you list the acronyms on page 9 of 22, MBE, SBDE, and DBE, and those mean something specific to the government. And folks have to go and get certified to use those designations. Is this program going to insist that certification be in place, or are you going to be able to understand that if a business comes to you and they say they're African American, let's say that they're African American, and you don't need them to get the additional expense and time of becoming certified?
Good question. No, we don't require it to be officially certified, but self-certifying. If they say they're African American, women business, a disadvantaged business, we would look into it, of course, and validate to some degree, but we're not looking for official national federal certification. As you know, that could be a very arduous process to get that kind of designation from the federal government. And there's state has a definition, the federal has a definition, and here locally we have one as being self-certified.
My third question within the answer of your second question. And finally, I want to thank both Caesar and Kevin Evans because they are very responsive. They hold folks' hand. I've sent a number of folks to them. And truly, because this is such a process, COVID-19 opened up a whole different, peeled back the scab of a sore we thought didn't even know it was there. And both Kevin and Caesar have held people's hands through this process. And I want to commend them and City Corporation Council, Patrick, what's your role again? You know who you are. The city manager for a department and the assistant city manager for two individuals who I've been able to work with. I've been able to send people there. I get good responses from individuals who have seen them, and you need to know that is happening in the community, and I thank you for that.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I had Councilmember Gray up next.
I need some more clarity here on what's being proposed in the communique. Mr. Suarez, if you could take a look at the last bullet item. It speaks of approval requirements. And it says upon receiving a loan application, the loan is reviewed and it's underwritten by staff. This is based on loan thresholds. The loan is presented to either staff and or to City Council for approval. That's kind of nebulous to me. I'm not sure I know how we're doing it.
The approach to take for approval is based on the threshold of $50,000, and so anything $50,000 and under becomes administrative. Anything above that goes before council. So the larger size loans is brought before council, and any smaller size loans is done administratively. The city manager with that authority. And with that authority, the city manager can decide how to make that decision by using a loan review panel or administrative or just a staff to make to do the underwriting and also presenting the risks of each loan. And so that's kind of how the threshold will be taking place between how it's decided upon. That's why I wrote it that way to say that it could go through council if 50,000 or more, or through the city manager under 50,000 or less.
So everything that's 50,000 or more comes to the City Council?
Over 50,000, yes. 50,000 and under is to the city manager. The city manager is given authority to make that decision.
Thank you very much.
I had Councilmember Kelly next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Mr. Suarez, you and I have a budding relationship, which I'm enjoying. I think you know where I am on some of these things, and you straightened me out on a number of things, and I appreciate that. I don't know if it's because I use Granicus and don't pick up a paper packet, but on the council communication, on page 2, we have the table of your two types of loans. And some of these items, bear with me, are truncated, at least in Granicus, perhaps not on the paper copies. Okay? And I'd like to, first of all, all right. So I would like to have a look at the third item down on both types of loans. I'm reading primary working capital but can be used, and then I have an F, and then improvements, M&E, inventory, and WC, which, and I'm not sure I know what WC is. I thought that was working capital, but is it just 4? Is that all I'm missing?
I think when you look at, I knew that when you work with Granicus and put a table in that it gets truncated and so on. So I've actually included in the attachment the actual table itself showing both standardized programs. And I believe in that version, if you can see it in the attachment, you'll see a very clear picture of the table of the standardized loan products. And if you go down into the third item where uses of loans, it says primarily working capital, but can be used for land improvements, machinery, equipment, inventory. Actually, I'm duplicating the word. WC means working capital.
I just received it's a little truncated too. I just received a paper copy.
Yeah.
It's the same. Okay, it's the same. But what is the attachment? Which attachment are we speaking of that you're referring to just now?
Yeah, under Granicus, there's a attachment. I don't know the name of it, but there is an attachment. Perhaps it's called standardized loan products. Maybe someone else could help with a computer. I don't have a computer in front of me.
I've got standardized loans. Okay, that's fine. Okay, you're right. All right, thank you.
I kind of anticipated that might have been a problem, so I added that.
Okay. All right. So thank you for that, Mr. Suarez, and my hat's off to you as well as I know you can handle this, etc. I am concerned, and it's nothing you can do anything about. I'm concerned about moral hazard here, just because we are not getting perhaps the collateral we need on some of these, especially if we're lending 100%. Now, I know this is not our money, so it's easy to do. I would suggest that if it were our money here, we would not be making these kinds of generous loans. So I'm glad it's somebody else's money. When we are lending for working capital or something that is fairly intangible, they're not purchasing inventory, they're not purchasing real estate, it's just working capital. How are we being secured on those loans?
Yeah, and that's where we get into the issue of when we do provide a loan, how secure is it? And there is going to be times where we do believe that we're going to have to provide unsecured loans. In cases like that, we shoot for the personal guarantees. We also shoot and see if we can reduce our risks and our exposure by getting someone else to co-loan, co-borrowers. We try to get as much collateral as we can. So cars, mortgages on personal homes, we try everything that we can. And so there's a balancing act between approving the loan and securing the loan and reducing our risks. And so each loan is somewhat unique, but on a standardized product, you have to establish then the revenue potential of that business, and if you rely on that initially, that's a sound loan. And then as far as collateralizing it, it's a sort of a way of securing the loan. And I do believe that at the end of the day, certainly the loans that are through the CARES Act are going to be more riskier, more risk exposure, only because we're going to have more of them. They're going to probably be less secured than we have with our traditional loan, our existing loan program. And I think EDA understands this, and the reason why I say that is EDA is also loosening its loan regulation, loan review of our performance on this particular loan. On our existing loan, they are pretty strict about about loan loss ratios, our default ratios, and our deployment ratio and getting the money out. In this particular case, they're really focused on deployment of funds. They do understand it's going to be riskier loans. Obviously, we're in a case of an economic crisis, and so the very fact that you give out a loan and you create a 12-month default, similar like the EIDL program, it's definitely going to be much riskier. But this is not a grant, and we're making that clear, and we're expecting it to be paid back. And so the way we're going to secure it as best possible, again, to repeat, through personal guarantees and co-borrowers.
Yeah, when you say co-borrowers, do you mean co-signers?
Yeah, co-signers.
Okay.
We have two people.
Okay.
So if one individual is signing and they're not quite at it, we try to get some other, another individual to sign the loan as a co-borrower or co-signer.
Okay, and I'd just like to end up by saying that even though I'm not crazy about this, I'm happy that the federal government has decided to put these loans in the hands of local governments rather than administer them out of Washington, D.C. I think we have a much better chance of making these dollars count, even with the reservations that I have. So I thank you very much, and perhaps one more thing, Mr. Suarez, you and Kevin think you can handle the volume.
Good question. That's why we're looking at using a platform for high technology, automation, and that should be probably stood up another 2 weeks, where it can self-run, and all we do is look at the numbers rather than ask people for all the information and all the data. So, that's a challenge in and of itself, and we're looking forward to taking that on.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Suarez.
Are there any additional questions for Mr. Suarez or the manager or legal. And I'd like to add my thanks for a lot of hard work done pretty quickly by Mr. Suarez and Mr. Evans and the assistant city manager on this, Councilman Greb.
Thank you. Manager, I saw you nodding your head in agreement when Councilor Kelly was talking about moral hazard and this not being our money.
So what I was nodding my head about was saying that these types of loans are going to be inherently more risky, and it's what Mr. Suarez said, that there is definitely more risk with these types of loans that are going forward.
Well,
So-
I'm just zeroing in on the comment that this is not, quote, our money, unquote. Do you agree with that?
Well, these are federal funds that are being granted to the city for us to loan out. So we'll have a fiduciary responsibility for making sure that it's loaned out in a responsible manner. But you know, I would state that it's nice to have the revenue, and it's nice to see that the federal government at least considers local government a partner in getting economic development loans out to the community, unlike the state, which has decided that we're not eligible to do that with CURES money. So,
but I think that we are not viewing this properly when we say this is not our money. Last I looked, when I drive up and down the streets of Peoria, our people pay federal taxes. This is our money coming back to help us during a time of a national emergency, of which we haven't seen in over 100 years. And I'm very pleased to see it, Manager. I agree. I agree with Councilor Kelly as well. But this is not a gift. This is one of the reasons we pay taxes for years and years and years, whether we're a business person or a citizen or whatever, so that we pool our money during times of emergency. Help all of us out. And I thought it was extremely illuminating and encouraging to hear Senator Duckworth and Congressman LaHood both yesterday being interviewed saying, don't worry, more help is on the way, don't get discouraged. And when they say more help is on the way, again, this would be money coming to Peoria to help Peorians who have been paying year after year after year federal, state, and local taxes. I think this is a great program. It's being done quickly because of the emergency we're in, and I think it will redound to the benefit of our entire community. Thank you for the outline, and thank you, Mr. Suarez, for your work on this.
So we need separate motions. I have no more lights. So under item A, this is the approval of the plan. Councilmember Moore.
I'd like to move for approval of 218A.
Okay, motion to approve. Seconded Councilman Riggenbach. Is there discussion on the motion? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. And that motion passes unanimously. And on item B, Councilmember Moore.
Approval of item B.
Motion to approve, seconded Councilman Graham. Any discussion on this one? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. What did I do here? There we go. That motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Madam Clerk.
20-219 is a request to adopt an ordinance providing for the issuance of general obligation refunding bonds in an aggregate amount not to exceed $9 million to provide for the refunding of certain outstanding bonds of the city and providing for the levy of a direct annual tax sufficient to pay the principal of and interest on said bonds, authorizing the sale of said bonds to the purchaser, and authorizing the execution of an escrow agreement.
Mr. Manager, do you want this, or is this Director Scroggins?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that Director Scroggins will be.
Okay, Director Scroggins.
Thank you. So what's before you in this ordinance is the restructuring bonds that that the council approved as part of the balancing of the budget. The ordinance calls for the restructuring of the 1/1/2021 principal payment. The sale of these bonds will go into an escrow to make those payments, and then the bond debt service payments under the new bond would be extended out into future years. And that's pretty much the reason for this ordinance before you.
Okay, correct. Questions for the Director? Okay, seeing none, do we have a motion? Councilman Ruckriegel?
Make a motion to approve.
Thank you. Motion to approve, seconded by Councilmember Sear. Is there discussion on this item? Seeing none, please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-220 is a request to adopt an ordinance providing for the issuance of general obligation refunding bonds in an aggregate amount not to exceed $12 million to provide for the refunding of certain outstanding bonds of the city and providing for the levy of a direct annual tax sufficient to pay the principal of and interest on said bonds, authorizing the sale of said bonds to the purchaser, and authorizing the execution of an escrow agreement.
Director Scroggins.
Okay, thank you. So the one before you now is actually a refunding bonds of two outstanding bonds, 2011A and the 2012B general obligation bonds. This is in conjunction with the restructuring bonds. However, these two bonds were callable and refundable with an additional savings. So not only are we deferring a payment on 1/1 that would have to be made, we're also saving about $350,000 over the remaining life of about 7 years on this bond.
Correct. Discussion, questions for Director Scroggins? Or motion? Councilman Greb motion, Councilman Regenbach second. Last call for discussion. Seeing no lights, please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
We're at unfinished business. 20-121 is a communication from Council Member Kelly with a request to direct staff to establish an urban decay tax abatement area for the near north side, Averyville, and the far south side, and to amend the boundaries of the city's East Village TIF on the near north side to accommodate the urban decay tax abatement area. And there are two handouts on your desk. One is a map, and the other one is a chart.
Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully you have reviewed the information sent in the packet. This tax abatement area in our city comprises pretty much the entire residential area of the valley in Peoria, excluding the South Village TIF in Southtown. The tax abatement and a TIF cannot coexist in the same area. And there are three primary areas, as I think you've seen: Averyville, the North Valley, and the far south side west of Western Avenue. These are areas that have qualified, and just to put a fine point on it, this is in tune with the maximum that our state statute allows. The state statute only allows tax abatement in areas like this for new single-family homes that end up being owner-occupied. That ownership can be, they can sell the house to another owner. That's fine. It's all transferable. The term of the tax abatement on a given structure is 10 years, 100% abatement for the first 6, and then it steps down 20% per year, so that in the last year you have a 20% abatement. It's an abatement on all of your real estate tax, not just the city's portion. So in that sense, it's a little like a TIF, and the TIFs create an abatement, an increment from all of the taxing bodies. One of the differences between, historically anyway, one of the things that happens historically in a tax abatement area, if it's a general area like these are proposed to be, is that as it usually starts slowly and it picks up steam and it picks up more steam and picks up more steam, and the land value of the whole area begins to rise. And that land value is not abated. Only the new structures are abated. So as the tax abatement is going on, all the taxing bodies are actually receiving an increase in their real estate tax revenue, even though taxes are abated on those new structures. It is a program that, as far as we can tell, has always resulted in quite a bit of, ultimately, of new construction, even in this limited sense, as our statute is now. I would expect that it'll be slower than a full-blown tax abatement, but I think it will work. And one of the nice things about it is that if it doesn't work, if it's a complete failure, a complete disaster, nobody's out any money. We haven't taken on any obligations as a result of this. All of the benefit of this goes to that investor owner, not to any other things. The item tonight begins a process which is laid out in the statute. The statute says if we pass this evening, then a meeting must be convened of all the taxing bodies that tax, the real estate taxing bodies that tax this area. We have such a body already, the joint, I'm sorry, Patrick, what is it? The Joint Review Board. I know that's easy to remember, but, you know. We have to meet with, or we don't, but there has to be a meeting of the Joint Review Board of all the taxing bodies where our intentions or whatever are presented. Their commentary is taken and can be taken into account. That has to happen within 30 days of an action here. Then, no sooner than 45 days later, we take a final vote on setting this up. So we have a lot of time here to consult with all sorts of people, not just the Joint Review Board, the neighborhoods, the neighborhood associations, individuals, activists, et cetera, et cetera. So I would move that that we go ahead and direct the staff to establish this tax abatement area and amend the boundaries of the city's East Village TIF to accommodate this area. And thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Euler. Discussion. Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to clarify something the Councilmember Kelly indicated. You mentioned the South Village TIF. This wouldn't be part of the South Village TIF. It's beyond that, but you mentioned it earlier. So I just wanted to get clarity. Exactly. And so with that, I'd like to offer a substitute motion that we defer this for 1 month, and I'll tell you why. And I've talked to Councilman Kelly about this, so this won't come as a surprise to him because he already knows what I'm going to say. And that is, and he's acknowledged that he's not spoken to anyone from the Averyville area or anyone from the far south side of Peoria. And this has been a council who has always thrived since I've been around on getting community input. And by his own description, at the final vote, we're going to finally allow the neighbors to talk about it at the final vote. Well, I just happen to think that the neighborhood should be involved in it before it even comes to this body to consider. What we fight against all the time is the community saying the city council decides something, and once we decide something, it's going to happen no matter what they say. At least that's what they believe. And I don't happen to want to support that belief. And so I've offered to Councilman Kelly to assist him in getting together with a group of individuals from the far south side. I've already talked to some this morning, and at least 5 of them are ready to go on a Zoom call to talk about this. And I've also offered to assist him in getting a group together in the Averyville area because I just happen to think that they need to have buy-in to their own community. And so that is why I offer the deferral motion for 1 month, and then within that time when we come back, I've said to Councilman Kelly that I would be willing to move forward on a vote on this motion, on his motion at that time, but not before we bring the community in, before we make this move, because we fight against that all the time, that you've already made your decision, so why are you asking us? I won't have that on my record. Thank you.
We have a motion on the floor for a deferral, a substitute motion. Is there a second for that? Seconded by Councilmember Ali. So, or that's Councilmember Jensen. I apologize. I saw Councilmember Ali's light here. So the discussion right now is on the deferral. It's not on the first motion. It's on the deferral. And I have Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I believe that the legislature's intent in having this long period of time between setting the ball in motion and having a final approval so much later, at least 2 months later, maybe longer than 2 months. I think you can tell what they had in mind by the fact that the only thing required in there is that we talk with the Joint Review Board. But I think the implication is this is where we have the community discussion. We have 2 months to go. I have met with various neighborhood groups. I have met with various neighborhood people. And I've had to say, well, I think it's coming soon. Well, I think it's coming soon. And we've had it deferred and deferred, okay? And I don't know whether in 30 days we'll have another deferral. So I would say this is what the time is for in the statute. It's for consultation with interested parties. And therefore, I'll be voting against the deferral because we're going to be able to do that. That's the intent in the statute. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the deferral? Councilman Montalongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess part of my question, so you're going to have a public meeting. Is there a number that you're shooting for to get proper public input? And I know it's going to probably be a little bit difficult just with COVID-19 and probably having to do these Zoom meetings. I'm just trying to get understanding. I understand Councilman Kelly's put a lot of work into this. and just trying to, I guess what are we shooting for here as far as the meeting goes?
I have requested that Councilman Kelly select a date of his choosing within 2 weeks. 2 Zoom calls, one for the far south side individuals and one for probably something more Skype for the for the Averyville area, depending on what their needs are. The Averyville Neighborhood Association is a little more experienced individuals, part of that neighborhood association, and so they may want to do more of a phone call, but the far south side, I'm sure they would be interested in Zoom, and so I've asked him to select a date whereby each of those groups can have a time, and so it's really up to him. Once he selects the date and time, and I would help him if he signs on to this deferral. I would help him to bring those groups together. But his not signing on to this deferral suggests to me that he does not want my help. And so I would like to see you sign on to this deferral.
Okay.
I guess, and also part of the question too, so you're going to meet with these groups, and is there going to be a vote for this, or is it you're just requesting to have the meeting from them?
Well, at a community meeting, the purpose of a community meeting is to allow the community to indicate their acceptance or denial of or rejection of a process like this. I've suggested to Councilman Kelly that he provide some documents that clearly outlines what the goal is, that is conveyed very easily. If we have very intelligent people on the far south side, we have very intelligent people in Averyville, but when you hit them with a lot of legalese and the wherefore art thous and whatever, even our eyes glaze over. And so we want some type of communication that is easily understood, and Councilman Kelly can make his a plea to both of those groups to accept this in their neighborhoods, and whatever the community decides is what I would vote with. This is not the Denise district, this is the 1st district, and I believe those folks who live in those areas should be able to voice their own opinion about where they live. And so the process is no different than any other community meeting. The only difference is that it's going to either be over Zoom or Skype, but they have to let us know what they want us to do in their communities.
I guess, and just because I know how sometimes the neighborhood association meetings go, you might get 5 people representing hundreds of houses that may want to be part of this, but you only have a handful of people. So I'm sure it'll be good feedback for Councilman Kelly.
I'm sure it will be, because 5 people are 5 more than what we have right now.
Okay. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Just for information, Councilwoman, was that a 1 month deferral? Was that a 2-week deferral?
That's a 1 month deferral.
1 month. Okay, I didn't get that. Councilman Kelly.
I'd just like to say that in my conversation with Councilperson Moore, I readily agreed to all of those things she just mentioned. And I had a couple of others, one of which was going door to door. I'm very willing to go the distance and always have been willing to go the distance on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second to 1 month deferral. Please cast your ballots. The motion passes with 9 ayes, 2 nays. Voting no, Council members Kelly and Euler. Madam Clerk.
20-211 is a request to approve a settlement with Hope Fair Housing Center.
Council Peterson, would you like to brief us on this?
Be happy to, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. In your packet, I outlined the terms of a proposed settlement with Hope Fair Housing. As you know, the city's been involved in litigation with Hope over the use and enforcement of our chronic nuisance ordinance. After lots of discussion, we've come to terms of a proposed settlement, which would be as follows. The city would pay Hope $25,000 to develop tenant education materials and to support Hope's collaboration with Prairie State Legal Services on fair housing matters. Those materials would be developed not only in English but in Spanish, and they would be available in a digital format so that they are readily downloadable by our code enforcement officials and could be handed out by just about anyone at the city for tenants that may be looking for information. The city would also earmark $15,000 for its rehousing program to assist tenants who are displaced from their residences due to no fault of their own and by inaction from their landlords. If you recall, a few years ago, we had a high-rise where tenants had to be evacuated for safety issues, and those were the types of funds that were used to help place those residents into temporary housing. The court would retain jurisdiction over this agreement for 5 years. The city would also amend its nuisance ordinance, and we would not make any additional changes to that ordinance for a 5-year period without Hope's consent. We would develop some additional policies for enforcement of the nuisance ordinance. Obviously, the parties would be mutually released from liability. The changes to the ordinance would come back next week for review by the council. Councilwoman Moore, in looking over the packet of information I'd provided, had a very insightful question about what role the Fair Housing Commission may play in this settlement or in oversight of the ordinance. And in discussions with Hope, both parties agreed that that was absolutely the right body to be responsible for an annual review of the ordinance, also to look at enforcement statistics, and then to help provide recommendations to the council on if there were anything we could do or proposals we could make to help rectify any deficiencies we saw in the enforcement data. As far as the policies for the police department go, some of those we already have in effect, and so it would simply be a matter of making sure that the protocol they're already using would reflect some of the changes in the new ordinance.
Questions for Council Peterson? Councilman Riggenbach?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Corporation Counsel, did I hear you say that I understand we will make amendments to the nuisance ordinance based on previous discussions with them, but did I hear you say any future changes would need to be run by them also, or did I mishear that?
For a 5-year period during the term where the court would retain jurisdiction over the settlement, we would not be able to make any substantial changes to the ordinance without their approval. So in effect, part of the settlement is to agree on new terms of the ordinance. If they did not retain that capability in a year, for example, we could disregard everything we were doing as part of the settlement, and this is meant to prevent that from happening.
Okay, thank you.
I had Council Graham next.
Good question, Councilor Riggenbach. Consistent with what I said at a previous meeting, I would like to ask our police chief, police superintendent, if he has any heartburn with the settlement as it relates to the application of the chronic aggravated nuisance ordinance to malignant out-of-control properties in this community.
Chief Marion?
Yes, thank you, Councilman and Mayor. Police staff from the Neighborhood Services Unit did meet with City Legal and proposed input into this ordinance, and it did get worked out, and there will be some policies put in place, but it will not affect the ordinance, so we were good with it.
That's very good to hear, because they're out-of-control properties that literally are tearing the guts out of some of the neighborhoods in our community. And that's why we adopted this ordinance years ago, to address such malignant properties. And consistent with what I said when we reviewed this last, I wanted to be sure we were communicating across department lines to ensure that we were not approving something that watered down our ability to attack these corrosive, malignant properties that are being run very poorly and undermining the real estate values of the people we all represent. And while I'm talking about this, I want to thank you, Corporation Counsel, for checking in this afternoon and seeing what the temperature was. And I am asking these questions to ensure my constituents that we are not backing off on this ordinance. We are continuing, and we're doing it in the right way, better way, and it is not retreat. We're moving forward. Thank you.
I had Councilmember Moore next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Greer asked part of my question. Chief, the other part of my question is, with this agreement, is there a different process whereby we would request the armadillo, for example, to be placed in certain areas?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. That's what I needed.
Any further questions for Corporation Counsel or the Chief, or a motion? Councilmember Jensen.
I move to approve.
Motion to approve. Seconded, Councilmember Moore. Seeing no lights, please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Item 20-198 is a request to consider the adoption of an ordinance amending Chapter 18 of the Code of the City of Peoria pertaining to body work establishments.
Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move to defer this item for 2 weeks. I've been working with Corporation Counsel and the business owner and the Center for Prevention of Abuse to come up with some compromise language, and I think we're almost there. So with that, I move to defer for 2 weeks.
Seconded by Councilmember Ali. Discussion on the deferral. Seeing none, please cast your ballots. Councilman Montalongo. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
20-182 is a request for direction related to short-term rental options.
Thank you. Councilmember Euler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Considering the important role that the Peoria Area Association of Realtors plays in our real estate market and our community, I'd like to yield the floor to them to speak on this item before we deliberate.
Seeing no objection from the council, the floor is open for the Realtors representatives.
Mayor Ardis and members of the Peoria City Council, my name is Jessica Ball. I'm a member of the Peoria Area Association of Realtors. I want to address you tonight with a letter from PAR. The Peoria City Council recently discussed the regulation and licensing of short-term rentals with several options provided to you by city staff. On behalf of the more 800 members of the Peoria Area Association of Realtors who advocates on behalf of private property owners, we are here to express our support of option 1, short-term rentals permitted by right. As described in the staff memo to council dated August 11, 2020, we believe short-term rental licensing and registration should be processed administratively without the need for a public hearing. Such licensing and registration requirements should not require a special use. We do not support option 2, short-term rentals permitted by special use, nor the hybrid approach afforded by option 3. Short-term rentals represent significant potential tax revenue for many jurisdictions. Claims have been made that short-term rentals have generated hundreds of millions of dollars of economic activity to various major markets. Currently, none of the municipalities surrounding Peoria require the special use process for short-term rentals. Special use is a more intensive, deliberately slower, and cumbersome process. If the special use is required, property owners interested in operating a short-term rental will go elsewhere, and the city of Peoria will lose that potential hotel tax revenue. PAR supports the private property rights of short-term rental operators and their ability to rent their homes by right with administrative approval. The right to rent is a fundamental aspect of private property ownership. As a voice for real estate and an advocate for private property rights, our request is that the City Council allow the license as a permitted use by right with administrative review of a license if needed. The review can include neighbor complaints, police reports, etc. if problems arise with a property. We are leery of proposals applying the special use based on the fears of what could happen. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to address the council on this issue? Seeing none, Councilmember Euler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by thanking Director Black for the immense amount of hours that he and his team have put into this topic. It's probably been a year plus that we've been deliberating on a decision that would make short-term rentals a legal option in our community, and I think, as we all know, that this is the way of the future and a very important avenue for successful cities. And I think that the community development and the meetings that they've held with the public and the discussions that we've had have been very beneficial to finally getting some traction to resolve this issue. Looking at the options here, we really owe it to homeowners in our community to resolve this through option one, permitted by right. Councilman Montalongo's points at the last meeting, I think, really helped strengthen this topic and getting in there some of the concerns related to the HOA neighborhoods, and I think that that will help make this a better, stronger process. But I think going down the special use path and treating this more like a commercial with the potential volume of these is not only very cumbersome for people considering buying homes, but puts potential home sale deals at risk, because it could potentially be months before they know whether or not what they intend to buy this property for can be used as such. But, you know, when you take into consideration the impact that our budget has had on our staff, and adding something like this to their plate with an already very heavily burdened workforce, I think is the wrong way to go. And I would move that we give Director Black direction to come back with the ordinance for option one. Thank you.
Second by Councilman Ruckriegel. Discussion on the motion. I have Councilmember Jensen first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am vehemently opposed to option one. As a longtime advocate for older neighborhoods, somebody who's resided in an older neighborhood in Peoria for 25 years, we need a special use to protect our neighborhoods. The special use process is not a cumbersome process. We use special use for many other even residential uses within the city and within older neighborhoods. I believe Director Black explained at our last meeting that it's usually a 1 to 2 month period. It's quite often that it goes to the zoning commission, and then at our next meeting, within a week or two, it'll be here before the council. Many of our older neighborhoods do not have homeowner associations, so these residents are not protected and not given an opportunity to provide input and to provide whether or not they have concerns. These short-term rentals, although they are important to our city and I support them, I am the one who asked the city to look into permitting these uses several months ago when we had one or a couple of them, people interested in buying properties to turn them into such uses. This is a business. It's like a hotel, and there is potential for problems or things to occur at these locations. If one was going in next door to me, I would want the opportunity to give input to the zoning commission and the city council before it's approved. So I hope that the council will not support option one and will support option two to protect all the people in our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Graham next.
Mr. Chairman, if I could ask a question of the speaker. Thank you for coming to the City Council tonight, City Council meeting. What were the last few sentences of your statement? How did you conclude that?
the last two of the letter, the last two statements. The review can include neighbor complaints, police reports, etc. if problems arise with the property. We are leery of proposals applying the special use based on the fears of what could happen.
Almost, amazing that we had such an alignment of items on our council agenda. The settlement of the Hope lawsuit and a challenge basically to our chronic aggravated nuisance ordinance as part of that. And basically, I think what I'm hearing from the spokesperson for the Peoria Area Association of Realtors, is the recognition that there are nuisance properties that can undermine real estate values in any neighborhood. And that's where I think Councilor Jensen is coming from. The district people have to deal with this on a daily basis. And not just because it's a rental unit is it a problem, but because maybe the homeowner is not living there, or maybe they're irresponsible, but bad things happen. And so basically, I don't really believe there's going to be a huge explosion of number of rental units using the STR approach. I think it's difficult enough just to have a rental property without all this movement and turnover. I'm just wondering if you feel comfortable supporting this if the owner is not on site. Or was any differentiation made for owner-occupied STRs versus non-owner-occupied STRs? I think this is an important discrimination. Occupied, I don't have some of the concerns about it, and we know it doesn't walk and talk precisely the same.
Our stance on it is they're saying that the homeowner should have the right to decide as part of their private property rights, the homeowner of the building, the actual property in question.
There might be homeowners who are also allowing STRs. And I don't have nearly the heartburn with that, because I know some in my district. The owner's right there in the residence, in the property. Was there any discussion about how that might differ with someone who's not even going to be there and how that's going to be supervised? Because we're burgeoning, we're really expanding the number of rental units that we have in the city. Potentially, I doubt it, but potentially it could be a huge increase. And I just want to know what the thinking is.
Typically,
Can we just get your name for the record, please?
Virginia Tuttle, I'm the CEO of PAR.
Thank you.
Typically, a property like that has more wear and tear, and they're going to have a rental guideline just like you would if you had a residential lease for a long term. So there would have stipulations in there for parking and other things that would violate some of those ordinances. But they actually have, usually we find that they're less wear and tear on a property, and because you're charging sometimes more than a monthly rental, they're taken care of really well because people are coming in for example, we have people coming in for jobs and they want short-term rental properties to live in while they're looking. And I know I moved here recently and there wasn't really any options like that. And so that would have been really nice for me as well. So.
I don't want you to go away yet. Director Black, if option one were approved, would we still have the city inspection form that would need to be signed off on, as well as the lead disclosure document? Would that be a requirement?
Thank you, Councilman. The self-inspection form would be required in any of the options that we have before you this evening. There is not a separate lead disclosure. The lead disclosure form is typically provided to tenants when work is being done to the property that might disturb lead-based paint.
Well, suppose the property was built before 1967 or 68. Would it not be needed for a short-term rental, while it would be if it weren't a short-term rental?
We can certainly add to the disclosure form the date that the property was built, and any property built prior to 1978 potentially has lead-based paint.
So if these are being regulated, much as we regulate the not short-term rental, why wouldn't we use the same legislative architecture for the STRs that we would use with a standard rental property?
Councilman, it is essentially the same. The big difference is that with our non-owner occupied registration process, it requires the property owner and the tenant to sign off on the inspection form because it's a longer term tenant. With a short-term rental, obviously by the nature of the transient nature of tenancy, it would be difficult to have an inspection form signed off on every time a new tenant arrived. And so the proposal is for an annual self-inspection form that would be submitted by the property owner as part of their licensing requirement.
Thank you very much, Director Black, and I thank the representatives from the Peoria Area Association of Realtors.
Thank you so much.
I have Councilmember Sear next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions for Ms. Peterson. We had a conversation yesterday. Talk to us a little bit about the implementation of this new ordinance. And can we tell HOA association maybe they have 90 days or 120 days or some time to get their act together, so to speak? And also for people that do not have a homeowner association, can they form one within 90, 120 days or so?
As to the effective date of the ordinance, you could set that 30 days out, 120 days out, whatever you think would be appropriate to give the HOAs time to implement any changes. I would say at least 120 days would be an appropriate amount by the time they convene a meeting of their homeowners, and if they choose to make changes to their covenants and bylaws, 120 days would seem like an appropriate time frame. If there is not an existing homeowners association and a neighborhood group, for example, wants to go through the process of then forming one, they could. The legal process to do that is a bit cumbersome and would take longer than 120 days.
Talk to us about the enforcement procedures for existing HOA. They have more restrictive rules.
The city does not enforce private covenants that would be in your homeowners declarations.
I have Councilmember Montalongo next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple questions for Director Black. Are you still there, Director Black?
Oh, I'm sorry, Councilman. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Just want to make sure, since this is on a couple pages here, starts on page 1 and goes over to page 2, that the columns, the option 1, option 2, option 3 is just kind of the carryover from page 1 there. So the option 1 that we would be voting on, that at least there's a motion right now. So going into the license requirement, tax payment, non-owner occupied, registrant changes, private restrictions, inspection requirement. If you go down column 1, which is the next one over, that's all part of option 1. Is that correct?
Yes, Councilman, perhaps if I could just take a couple of minutes to review the difference, the main difference between these three options, if that would be okay. So option one, the permitted by right option, was one of the options that was brought to council at the last meeting. Option three is the permitted by the special use review. That was the other option that was brought to the city council at the last meeting. Some of the feedback from the city council at that point was effectively, is there a middle ground here? So option two is the new middle ground option, and it follows a process that we have in place for various other zoning approvals. So effectively, if someone came in and requested a short-term rental approval, we would send out a notice to any registered neighborhood group, and that could be a homeowners association, it could be a neighborhood association, it could be any registered group or any group that has registered with the city of Peoria. We would also send out postcards to adjacent property owners within 250 feet, as we do for most other types of review. If we do not receive, and basically the notice would say that there's a request for a short-term rental at such and such a property. If we request no approval or no objection within 10 days, then the rest of the approval would go to administrative review. So effectively it would become the same as option one. If we do receive an objection, whether that's by a property owner within 250 feet or from the neighborhood group, then it would kick over to option three and be moved into the special use process. So what option two does, what we were trying to do with that was thread the needle, if you will, and say that here's an opportunity for adjacent property owners and for neighborhood associations of any kind to be able to say, we object to this request. And at that point, it goes to the more intensive review. If no one objects, then it would simply be processed administratively.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I'm glad you did go over that. It was, I understand option two much better as well. So that kind of gives as you said, a hybrid of both. And I know that there's concerns, but do you kind of foresee that this is going to be the Airbnb type market mostly for the short-term rentals? And maybe describe, I guess, how that contract works with Airbnb. I know there's surveys both to the people that rent from them. So they're getting to give a survey on how good the place was that they stayed. That's reported back, and then there's also a report back on the people who stayed there. So I guess maybe I'm assuming as far as the Airbnb market's going to be probably the big thing that's going to drive this here for us. Could you describe that a little bit again, just as a reminder?
Sure, I'll do my best. So short-term rentals, there are probably a dozen or so different platforms throughout the country that manage or administer or coordinate short-term rental usage. Airbnb is certainly one of the largest, if not the largest. There's VRBO, there's HomeAway, there's various other platforms. All of them, to my knowledge, have some type of public review or publicly viewable review of both the condition of the unit that the tenant found, and then also a review of the conduct of the tenant that can be entered by the property owner. So in that way, it is perhaps a little more self-policing in terms of the condition of the properties and the conduct of the tenants than a typical longer-term rental would be, because there's sort of an immediate response and check-in, which then would flag other people who were interested in a short-term rental to either gravitate to that particular unit or to avoid that unit based upon the reviews that they read.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, we have Councilmember Moore is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This question is for Corporation Counsel. You were explaining the process for HOA, and I want to be clear on what I heard. Did I hear you say that if once this ordinance, if we approve it, goes into effect, if an HOA is not currently in existence, once this goes into effect, they won't be able to add to their bylaws and prohibit this in their community?
The HOA would be free to change their bylaws at any time, or whatever their governing document, how often their governing document allows it to be amended. So if I was confusing on that, I apologize.
So after this is, if we approve this, then if they decide to, a year from now, and this ordinance is on the books, they can still prohibit this from their neighborhood?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Kelly is next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak in favor of the motion. Once again, I think that we're kind of shooting in the dark here, and we can keep our options open. It may be that option one really works very well for our city, and the amount of regulation and whatnot is pretty much at a minimum. If we adopt option one and we begin to have problems, okay, we can ratchet up the regulation to answer that. But if we start with a lot of regulation, we'll never go back down to a system that's kind of self-regulating. In most places, I think these kinds of rentals are quite self-regulating. My own family, when we all get together, my children and grandchildren, we always do a short-term rental. And we've always just been thrilled with what we found. And now I don't know what was going on in those towns or in those places. But it seems to me that I'd like not to close off the ability to have this self-regulate and see how it works. And if it is a problem, okay, we can ratchet that up. But I think that in my experience, and in the experience, I think, of everyone I've ever talked to who's ever stayed in one of these places, the experience is always very positive. So why don't we take a chance and rely on the people of Peoria and see what happens. If we're wrong, okay, we can change the rules. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess first, in response to what Councilman Kelly just said, we've already had issues with Airbnbs that were set up in Peoria, even though they weren't permitted in the city of Peoria, where there have been a number of complaints by surrounding homeowners and residents because they were being used as party houses by individuals that were renting them out. So we have already had problems and concerns with it, which is sort of what initiated this whole process. And it happened in more than one district within the city this year. The special use process, again, is not a cumbersome process. We require special uses for numerous uses throughout the city. And in response to the questions about the homeowners association, there are a number of neighborhoods in the city that have a lot of renters in those neighborhoods. They're not all homeowners. So there are residential associations. They don't have the ability to adopt covenants or agreements that homeowners associations put into effect and implement. So that's not an option for a lot of us that live in older neighborhoods. I do want to thank Councilman Montalongo for bringing attention to option 2. I do think that that might be a worthy compromise. It does provide some notice to the neighborhoods and surrounding property owners so that they can give input before the use is permitted. But option 1 does not sufficiently protect neighborhoods, especially older neighborhoods. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other lights on at this time. We have a motion and a second on the floor to approve option 1. Councilman Montalongo.
I just had one more question here, and that was going to be my question for Corporation Counsel. So I feel like I'm stalling here, but and maybe I'm having a hard time hearing from this location here. So Corporation Counsel, maybe you mentioned it earlier. If a neighborhood association, let's just say there's a new one created here tomorrow, and they set up their boundaries and adopt their bylaws and policies and such, and they have this in there, I guess the question is, how much time do they have before or after let's say we vote on this tonight?
Thank you, Council. Just to be clear, a neighborhood association could be set up at any point by any number of residents. A homeowners association has a legal corporate status. So not only would they have to have a corporation technically set up, they would have to go through the process of having all of the property owners participate and go through the statutory process of having that set up. So there is a bit of a difference between the two. Again, the homeowners association is going to be much more cumbersome in order to have it set up. Either group, however they would want to approach it, once they are established, if not already, could then come into the city under option 2 and register as an interested group. So whenever the ordinance would become effective, even if they came in afterwards, they could still receive the requisite notice.
Director Black is still there. How long does it take for a special use to go through?
Councilman, depending upon when the application comes in, it can be anywhere from probably 45 to 60 days.
And option 2 will have figured out within 10 days?
With option 2, at the conclusion of the 10-day period, we will know whether the application would continue down the administrative path with staff approval or would be pushed into the special use path. So if an application comes in, we send out the mailing, wait 10 days for it to come back in again. So let's say that's a 2-week period just to round the numbers up. If we get an objection, then we would schedule it for the next public hearing before the Planning and Zoning Commission. And so that would start the 45 to 60-day period clock.
And option 1, how long would that take from application being received?
If the application is complete, that would probably be done in less than a week.
Yeah, I don't have any more questions.
Okay.
Comment, though, I really think probably option 2 is probably our best option tonight. I was for option 1, but I hear the concerns for the other neighborhoods, and once we start down option 1, which we're talking between 1 week and 10 days, I think probably that would, I think that would probably be the best decision for the community. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Euler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think going with option 2 or 3 will essentially cripple the Airbnb and short-term rental options in this community. I think that it will most definitely send them to other surrounding cities, much like we do with some of our other decision-making, because I don't know what owner would want to purchase a property not knowing for 45, 60 plus days whether they can even use that property for the intended purchase. So if you can go right to the other side of the river and pick up a home and fix it up and ensure that it meets the criteria and satisfy the short-term renters in a matter of days, why would you not do it there versus doing it here when you could sit for months and go through a process and not know how you're going to be treated or how it's going to be handled and what type of opposition you're going to have, and then be put at risk to turn around and have to sell that property or find some other use for it. And, you know, I don't know how many of you have stayed in short-term rentals, but in many cases they go into heritage neighborhoods with character, and they fix up the homes and try to make them attractive for the people that would come there and try to showcase some of the parts of their community. And it's a self-governing process. If the reviews are bad, people aren't going to stay there. So if the house is not fixed up and maintained, people aren't going to use it. And that's a benefit to a community, especially in some of our older neighborhoods that are struggling significantly for investment and to have properties that are maintained. And when you have people that want to make a difference in those areas and showcase something for us, you know, giving them a 2+ month time period to even tell them whether we're going to give them the okay to do it is definitely going to turn them off. And I would, you know, even with this, you know, hybrid option, I think in more cases than not, we're going to spend a bunch of taxpayer resources to put out these communications to turn around and send them to special use anyway. And so I really don't think having a hybrid process is going to yield much benefit here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have a motion and a second for option 1. Please cast your ballots. The motion passes with 7 ayes and 4 noes. Voting no, council members Grave, Jensen, Montalongo, and Moore. Madam Clerk.
Item 20-141 is a request to approve a voluntary separation incentive for sworn full-time fire employees.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the proposed voluntary separation initiative for the fire department. We would have to change the dates of this. The sign-up period would be from August 31st to October 15th, and the retirement window would be from September 8th to October 30th. Currently, with the proposed budget that we'll discuss after this item, there's the potential for up to 24 layoffs in the fire department. And this would be an incentive that would try to mitigate the number of actual layoffs we would have.
Okay. Questions, discussion, motion? Councilman Sear.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve. Is there a second? Seconded by Councilmember Ali. Discussion, Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do you have any idea, city manager, how many people this?
In previous discussions, we've seen that there may be another 5 to 8 people that might be interested in taking this, as the numbers that we've been hearing. So that would certainly, we currently, the council has acted on eliminating 5 vacant firefighter positions already. There's currently 4 vacant firefighter positions. So if you look at another 6 to 8 retirements, that would certainly probably at least mitigate 6 to 8 potential layoffs that we would have. So.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions on this item? We have a motion and a second to approve. Please cast your ballots. The motion passes with 6 ayes and 5 noes. Voting yes, council members Ali, Sear, Graham, Jensen, Montalongo, and Moore. Madam Clerk.
20-125 is a request to approve the recommended 2020 to 2021 budget restructuring as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, and there is a handout on your desk from the city manager.
Thank you. Councilman Ruckriegel.
Thank you, Mayor. My fellow colleagues, on the agenda tonight is the recommendation to finish restructuring the 2020 and 2021 budget, really to preserve the quality of life in the city we are sworn to serve to the best of our abilities. I think we've all taken that oath right here in the center of this room. I don't fault anyone or any single source for the state of affairs that we're currently in financially. Simply stated, it is what it is. And to be sure, no one who may vote for tonight's recommendation is voting on the perfect package of cuts or the package they felt was imperative 8, 12, 16, even 20 weeks ago when we first started talking about how COVID was going to be affecting our city. Instead, it is a vote on a measure full of compromise and common purpose to really serve our community to the best of our ability. Thank you, Mayor, for your leadership during this crisis, and thank you, City Manager Urick, for all the information that you've been constantly providing us, and for the time and commitment you've taken to be able to sit down with us, and for us really helping to get to this point. So tonight, I make a motion to approve the recommendation with one modification. And the recommendation here is the issuance of a $10 million working cash bond, repaid with existing estimated revenues. And my modification would be on the second part of this, which would be the decommissioning of 3, I would change that to 2 engines, thus also reducing the number of positions that we would need to reduce.
Okay. Seconded, Councilman Regenbach. Discussion. Councilman Montalongo.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess my question would be, when we're talking decommissioning 2 machines, which 2 machines are you recommending?
Thank you, Councilman. The 2 machines that would be recommended, I would defer to the fire chief and have the fire chief explain what his proposed changes would be if we had to reduce 2 machines.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Engine 4 on Jefferson, engine 20 on Wilhelm would be our response. That would be until the new Station 4 is built. Then Engine 4 would be reintroduced, and Truck 4 from Station 8 on Hurlburt would move down to the new station, and Engine 2 on Hurlburt would be decommissioned.
I guess, so it's going to be changing, but I heard you say engine 20?
That's correct, engine 20 on Wilhelm.
Will that be a permanent one?
Yes. I'll be more than happy to explain why. We've talked about it before, but I don't mind revisiting it.
All right, please do.
If I may, and I'm not going to try to belabor this, but I think so if you would indulge me, Councilman, can I give a brief history prior to answering your question?
Go ahead, Chief.
I say these words only because history is important, and the majority of this council wasn't around for a lot of the things that I'm about to say, but I think it's important so you understand when we answer questions or we talk to people that you understand the frustration. In no way, shape, or form are we dismissing the situation we're in right now. We understand it. But the frustration lies from many, many years. So I'm just going to give you a brief one, and I'm not going to take much of your time. Engine 5, Engine 8, Engine 11, Engine 17, Truck 10, Rescue 1, Rescue 2, 2 positions at the training tower, public education officer, a hazmat inspector, an EMS QAO, and a building inspector. That's what we've lost. We've had 3 quote-unquote unbiased groups come in to scrutinize us. That's compared to 0 for any other department in this city. And when I say unbiased, they were anything but unbiased. And if you would like me to elaborate that on any 3 of them, I'd be more than happy to. We have experts all over the city, auto dealers, realtors / property managers who are experts in the fire service and are more than happy to tell us how to do our jobs. We have officials with no medical background who are smarter and know more things than the project medical director who oversees our system. But ironically enough, not one has ever reached out to ask us why we do what we do. Not one has had the courtesy to come down and ride out to see what we do. In 2002, the city hired an interim city manager named Bern Ewert. He had one job. His job was to come in and close Engine 2 and Engine 11. It was very clear. Those were his marching orders, and then to leave town. Prior to the vote, he said on the council floor, where City Manager Urick is sitting right now, he told the council, I know my job was to close 2 machines, but I cannot in good conscience recommend closing Engine 2 because of the danger it will put Station 4's crews in. After 7 contentious votes, Engine 11 was voted to be decommissioned. Unfortunately, the next election, the citizens spoke up and voiced their displeasure with that decision. In 2004, the city was told we needed to add apparatuses in the northern corridor. 16 years later, nothing, except for 2 more machines being shut down and now 2 more. So that's where the frustration lies. Again, we understand you guys have not, and gals have not been in there the whole time, but this is where the frustration, it's not theatrics, it's not being dramatic, those are all factual statements. With regards to Councilman Montalongo's question, once again, we are at the point where it's our safety. It's the safety of our members. And we are not going to jeopardize it any more than it already has been. So we're basically trying to shrink the city and making sure that we don't have crews on the scene for 9 or 10 minutes without any backup, especially in Station 20's territory with the lightweight construction. And the same holds true with Engine 4. That's why we made the decision.
Chief Artist, have you already considered any other expenses that could be reduced to save one of these engines? And for example, closing the training tower.
So in one of our initial proposals, although it didn't reach the level that the city manager had requested with regards to the 5, 10, 15% reductions, one of the proposals was to shut down the training tower. There's 2 issues there. One, we still have mandated training that we're struggling at best to accomplish at this time. We have one person who oversees our entire training program. So in some way, shape, or form, we would have to find a way to do it. The second thing is on a lesser scale is it's written in the contract that in the event that we cease to use that as a training tower facility, that the family who donated that property takes back ownership of it. And again, that's on a lesser scale. But with regards to closing a training tower, the only thing you're really going to save are 2 salaries because we only have 2 people out there.
And how much are those salaries?
I can tell you one's a division chief, and I believe that's 138, and one is a training supervisor. He's a captain, and I don't know offhand, but I'm guessing it's around 110, 115. And if I may just follow up with that real quick, just to tell you the magnitude of where we're at. With these proposed cuts, we will have 86 less firefighters in Rockford. We will have 20 less in Naperville. We will have 45 less in Aurora. And we will have 56 less than Springfield. Those are all our comparables. And the only city in that mix that runs more calls than we do is Rockford. That's to put it in perspective.
I don't have any other questions.
I have Councilmember Moore next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Artist, could you repeat what engines or stations that that we're proposing to close?
Yes, ma'am. It'd be Engine 4, which is on South 2711 Southwest Jefferson, and it would be Engine 20 on Wilhelm Road. And just the caveat for Engine 4, when the new Station 4 is built, Engine 4 would be reintroduced into our department. Truck 4 would move down to the new Station 4, and Engine 2 on Hurlburt would be decommissioned.
So when you say Engine 2 on Hurlburt would be decommissioned, then what happens to that station?
Well, that's you all's decision, but I'm guessing it'll be closed down.
Well, there won't be any equipment there, so that kind of stands to reason, right? That's all right. You don't have to. I know you can't respond to that. That's
well,
okay.
There will be no equipment there. That is correct.
Okay.
Our fire garage is there, but I know that in some point in the future there's been plans to move it out to Dries Lanes. But as far as fire apparatus in service, there will be none there.
What is the expected opening of the new Station 4 on Western?
Well, I know there's a pre-bid meeting tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. I believe that the bids are due August 11th, and I would anticipate right after that groundbreaking. And speaking with Facilities Manager Meeks, he indicated that he still believed that the walls of the structure will be erected by November-ish, and then they will be able to start working inside. As far as a definitive open date, that's unknown. I'm guessing probably early 2021.
Okay. And thank you for that. Mr. City Manager, are we continuing to deposit funds, let's say, into our reserve account?
The reason we're here is that our revenues have bottomed out and that we don't have any money that's coming in. And the reason that we are making the expenditure cuts that we're making is that we don't have the resources to be able to provide at the same level of service that we currently provide today. Part of this proposal, the motion that's on the floor, is for us to do what Councilman Kelly asked us to, asked about when we were talking about the EDA loans, which is a working cash bond, so that we can borrow money to make our payroll and to pay our employees that remain. So we're here like many other corporations across the United States that have seen their revenues drop, that we're trying to deliver services when we don't have the money to be able to go forward. So we're not putting money into reserves. We're going to borrow money and then over the next couple of years spend those monies down in order to be able to sustain the operations that we have at a lower level. And that I have to defend the rest of the organization after the chief mentioned what he did, because the chief is correct that if you adopt the motion that you have tonight on the floor, you'll have reduced the fire department considerably. It'll be a 12% reduction to the current staff of the fire department. But you've already taken action to reduce City Hall by 17%. You've already taken action to reduce Public Works by 13%. You've already taken action to reduce community development by 13%. As you look over the last 20 years, in 2002, the headcount in the city was 892 employees. With the actions, if you take them tonight, we'll be at 605 employees. In order for the city to have those 300, or that's about a third of the organization, to have those 300 employees back, we would have to have nearly $35 million more in operating expenses just to be able to maintain those employees. We don't have that. And so that's the reason why we have to make these changes. This is unprecedented economic times that we're in, and these actions aren't something we wanted to do. None of us set out when we adopted the budget back in December of last year to do this to the budget. But this is the reality that we face today.
What is the balance in our reserve fund?
I'd have to defer to our finance director to see if he has an answer to that question. I don't have that offhand right now.
I'll wait.
Sure. But I will say this while Director Scroggins is coming up. We are going to spend if we don't borrow the $10 million, which is part of the motion on the floor, we are going to exhaust the revenues that we have in the general fund because we will be continuing to spend them down.
Councilwoman, to answer your question, at the end of 2019, our unassigned fund balance was, I think it's approximately $5.9 million. Our total fund balance is roughly $14 million. That includes amounts reserved for debt service and some other restricted funds such as recreation, education, and some police grants.
Thank you so much for that. One other question for Chief Artis. When we talk about Engine 2, what would be the timing of Engine 2 being moved?
When Station 4 is open. And if I may, City Manager, his comments I appreciate. In no way, shape, or form was I minimizing the cuts that the other departments have been. I just got done saying this on a radio show this morning with regards to Public Works. They've been decimated. Many departments have. So I appreciate the City Manager's point there, and I was remiss on saying that, but I'm not minimizing what they've lost. I am simply here as a representative of the fire department.
Okay, having had all of my questions answered, I can tell you now with no uncertain terms, with no reservations and no hesitations, that everybody around this horseshoe, I think, would agree that both Station 4 and 8 are located on the south side of Peoria. And the south side of Peoria, if I'm not mistaken, is the oldest part of our city. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
That is correct.
As the oldest part of our city, we have structures that are, quite honestly, tinderboxes sometimes. We have structures that oftentimes are not equipped with smoke detectors, definitely not fire sprinkler systems, and many don't have fire extinguishers in the home. The timing upon which this would occur over the winter is the worst time of all, because fires, because of heating, unfortunately, people still heat their houses with their ovens on. And I grew up on the south side of Chicago, and I know what that looks like when you turn your oven on and you open the door to heat the apartment because there's not enough heat because the landlord's not letting more heat come in. That's not safe. These homes and apartments are not always equipped with carbon monoxide detectors. We have on the south side and in the first district quite a number of senior citizen housing, right, clustered on Martin Luther King in that area, and then near Station 8. And so I can appreciate, and I don't have another suggestion for where to get the money from. I just don't. But I can tell you this. The South Side cannot absorb the impact of a short-term closing of Station 4, even though they were going to have a new Station 4 opening up. The South Side cannot absorb the impact of losing a piece of equipment at Station 8. We just can't sustain that. And I'm sorry I don't have a suggestion for where to get the money from. Short term, I'm looking at 5.4 in reserve, and I know we want to build our reserve, but right now is not the time to do this drastic measure for the oldest part of our city. It's just not, and I will not agree to it. You may overrule me on the council, but my vote will be no on any kind of changes to any of the fire equipment or stations within the first district. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Councilmember Ali next.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple questions. Chief Artist.
Yes, ma'am.
Artist, if you had to shut down only one engine, which one would you shutter?
4.
Which one?
Engine 4.
4. Okay. And Mr. City Manager, what is the difference in savings between shutting one versus shutting 2 engines?
The savings would be approximately another $1 million to keep a machine open is what we'd be looking at. So.
Thank you, Mayor.
I have Councilman Ruckriegel next.
Thank you, Mayor. Can we call the question?
There's a motion on the floor to call the question. I'm putting every. He made the motion, Councilman, but he was. I'm calling them off in the order that they came in. Is there a second for the motion? Okay, the motion is seconded by Councilmember Euler. Corporation Counsel will, I'm sure, verify that a motion to call the question is not debatable. Okay.
Correct.
So the motion on the floor was to accept the recommendation on the cash financing and to discontinue 2 machines instead of 3. And that motion, the original motion, was Councilman Ruckriegel, seconded by Councilman Regenbach. Please cast your ballots. Okay. That motion fails with 5 ayes and 6 noes. Voting no, council members Ali, Sear, Grab, Jensen, Montalongo, and Moore. Okay. So next up, I had Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, perhaps I can infer the answer to this from your last answer. What is the difference between your proposal and the motion on the floor, money-wise?
That proposal would be about $1 million difference.
About $1 million per engine. company?
It's really the staffing of the 11 positions that staff that would be the difference.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, I have Councilman Graham.
Excuse me, Mr.
Oh, I
Mayor,
thought you
may
said
I?
okay. All right.
Thank you for your forbearance, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Manager, say this motion passes.
We don't have a motion. We have no motion on the floor right now. The motion failed.
No, the calling the question failed. The motion's still on the floor, is it not?
The motion to call the question failed.
Right.
The original motion, yes. So that's why we're still debating it.
Right, that's what I'm doing. Or
Misunderstood.
Am I not, or
Yeah.
am I out of order?
No, you're not. I thought you were done speaking.
Oh.
I apologize.
Yes, I apologize for
Okay.
not knowing when I was finished.
Right.
All right. Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, where would you find another $1 million versus your proposal, versus the motion on the floor?
In this instance, with the revenues that we've anticipated, you would be spending down any of the short-term borrowing that you do faster if you keep one of the engines that we've proposed to be reduced.
Oh, okay,
So-
well, I sort of understand that. I guess
Think of it as your own checking account. You're going to exhaust your checking account and everything you have in it this year and next, by the time next year is done. And what you're doing is you're going out and you're borrowing money to pay your bills for the next year. And what you're going to do, if we keep an additional engine company here, you're going to spend that down faster over the next year and a half.
Are we going to, what, I'm sorry, what's your projection for where we are at the end of, with your proposal, where we are at the end of next year?
At the end of next year, the proposal with 3 machines reduced anticipated that we would have $1 million surplus at the end of 2021, but you would be spending $3 million out of the general fund where you have the borrowing that takes place. So looking across all funds, we're putting money in the bank. In the general fund, where we pay the salaries of the firefighters and we pay the salaries of most of our employees, you're spending reserves down.
Yes. Like
That number will be higher if you only cut 2 machines versus 3.
I understand. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. I have Councilman Graham next. Well, the original motion's on the floor. The motion to call the question failed. Yeah. I can't. Maybe you could.
Isn't it the whole budget package, or is it just?
Those are the only 2 items left in the budget package, or the 2 that we're addressing tonight. The money, the borrowing, and the fire.
So doesn't it include both?
Does.
I just wanted to make sure. Okay.
Okay. Sorry, Councilman Graham.
It's okay. I know there was a rush to get a vote without giving each person a chance to speak, which is highly unorthodox. It's not acceptable. I'm not going to support any of this because every citizen in the city of Peoria I want to treat just as if they're a family member. And I would never do anything that would jeopardize the lives of my family, nor the lives of our employees. This is the night when I miss Councilman Sandberg the most. He's the guy who represented the 2nd District before he went on to become an at-large. And repeatedly, what did he tell us? Fund your core basic services first. That's what public safety is. Hotels, no. Ballparks, no. Core basic services, life-saving services, with everything going on in our country today, and we're going to cut core basic services. It is charlatanism. Chief Artist, you're the only bright light right now whose voice I'm hearing, other than maybe a few council members who have yet to speak. You're telling it like it is. I remember one night when the hotshots on the council decided that they want to close a firehouse. We had a fire chief who got up and gave his rank and number, and he made a professional recommendation as it relates to keeping people safe in this community. And there were folks who didn't listen. There was an election, and 3 of the incumbents were voted out. Now, I'm warning everyone here that there's nothing quite as antiseptic or anything that will clear our head any faster than getting out there into the neighborhoods with our people. And I strongly recommend, given the gravity of these proposals and the potential for death of our citizens and our firefighters, that we go out and explain these budget numbers, which we've really, and not to disparage anyone for this, because of the pandemic, we've been limited in our ability to go out and visit with our residents. But I haven't been limited in my ability to talk to them over the phone or to receive emails. I think it's time we have a couple of town hall meetings and we go out to Exposition Gardens. I throw this out, I'm not committed to any one, north part of town, and show the budget numbers to the constituents, our constituents. And then to the south, go to the Gateway building, show all these dire projections. I hear one official saying we got a $50 million hole, then the next news broadcast it's 30, and the next one it's 20. They don't know what they're talking about. They're exaggerating it because they want to do this. They want to do it. But let's take this to the people. Let's make a presentation. Let's show them what our options are to cutting any engine, any firehouse. We are one city. What diminishes us in any part of the city diminishes all of us. And let's get input from them. If you're afraid to do that, then you ought not be casting a vote which will jeopardize public safety. So I'm suggesting right after Labor Day, we have a Wednesday night at the Gateway building in accord with social distancing and mask wearing. Make a presentation showing our options, some of which you have ruled out. Staff, that I haven't ruled out. Show our options. And then the following Wednesday, have another one, Exposition Gardens, big enough to allow a lot of people in. I bet you might be surprised what you're going to hear from your constituents. But instead tonight, we have the effort, and this has been ongoing. This isn't new, folks. Some of you have been wanting to do this since March. You've been wanting to do it since March. and you shouldn't want to do it because of the consequence. So that's what I'm going to propose as a fallback for those of you who vote the right way and reject closure of any piece of equipment or firehouse. Let's have those town hall meetings geographically positioned, a couple of them right in a row, first week after Labor Day, the following week, and let's get input from our constituents, and let's show them all the options. Let's show them all the options. Let's show them all the math. We'll make an intelligent decision, because there's no question about it. Whatever we do will be painful, but it's our job to make sure it's less painful and less dangerous for our citizens than it would be otherwise. And I think doing this will stave off a lot of problems for everybody around the horseshoe. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Sear next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have to agree with Councilman Grahab's first comments. I've only been here 3.5 years, and I learn all the time. That was a very sneaky way, passing a motion without having even the district in which were you asking for a cut, not even have to give his opinion. That was pretty sneaky. Our Peoria chief there started as a story about history, talk about history. I made a plea to all of you about 4 months ago about saving Fire Station 20. If we want to talk about history, in 1995, I'll have to tell you guys again, okay, before probably most of us were here, there was people leaving the city of Peoria. And we had three, how would I call them, organization, I guess, that got together, which obviously one of them was the city of Peoria, the county of Peoria, and the greater Peoria Sanitary District. All three of them, they put a intergovernmental agreement together and started some growth cell in the city of Peoria, north of Peoria, called down to District 5. That was one of the most successful projects that has happened in Peoria. Over the last 20 years, okay, we took about over 5,000 acres. 5,000 acres were converted into a industrial park, into residential area, into C2 business area. And we went, when we talk about taxes, from an EAV of about $875,000 to over $260 million. And what we had to do at that time, people sitting around this horseshoe, for safety of our constituent, decided to build Station 20 in 1999 for their safety. And we told people, come to the 5th District, and we'll protect you. Just for doing the math for this EAV, we all know we get about 12 cents per dollar. If you take $260 million just for the property taxes, we're talking of over $31 million that the people of the 5th District pay. That goes directly to our general fund. Over 30, and that's only one item. We don't talk about sales tax, transfer tax, and all the other taxes that people in the 5th District. And all the people are asking the 5th District for the 3.5 years I've been there, safety and nicer road. That's it. Our district, the 5th District, is the largest district in the city of Peoria. Right now, we have the slowest response time with 2 fire stations. Okay? In 2004, I believe, the last report from the Matrix report was 2004. They're actually asking 2004 for one more to service the people in the 5th District. And now we're talking about cutting where we had the most amount of growth, the most successful area the last 20 years. And I know Mr. Graham will tell me again that, hey, that happened because the 2nd District had to fund it. But now the 5th District is funding most of the city of Peoria. So thank you for the 2nd District and all the other districts, 1st District to fund the growth up north. But it has happened. It was successful. Somebody explained to me, to my constituent, now that we told them to come, that now we want to close the station. Now, I deal with numbers every day, and we have to make hard decisions all the time. And I'm not as nice as Mr. Ruckerigo when we talk about, and I'm not going to blame anybody. I'm going to blame a lot of people because a lot of people are to blame, and none of us that have been here the last 3.5 years are to blame. We have to make the tough decision now. But the last 35 years, the state of Illinois has mismanaged money. The last 12 years, the city of Peoria has we mismanaged our own money. The last time I think we had a full emergency fund was probably last recession, 07, 08. I'm not even sure. I was asking the city manager. He's not sure either. But I've heard some of people talk about, well, we don't really need an emergency fund. If we had an emergency fund tonight of $25 million, we would not even have these discussions. We need to put our house in order first. And I'm telling you, I deal with this every day. This is my job. Emergency fund, it should be a priority for us so that future council people don't have to deal with the same problems we have tonight. Now, we do have to make some cuts, and I'm for some cuts, but someone has to explain to me why it has to be the Station 20, especially when I got only two of them, 15 and 20. 15 is not even ALS. Okay? For some of you guys don't understand, this is basic life support. ALS, Station 20, is the only ALS, advanced life support I have in the 5th District. And the report from the Matrix report in 2004 was talking about getting at least 175 traffic preemption devices. We're not even close to 175. I think we have about 60 last time I talked to the chief. So I'm obviously totally opposed to closing Station 20 tonight. But I'm like I said, we have to make some tough decisions. I know we have to cut some engine, but I want to keep this conversation going. I'm totally against this motion for obvious reason. I only have one question for our city manager. It's a hard question to ask, but I got to ask. I mean, COVID-19 happened to everybody around the country, around the rural, and the state of Illinois. We compare ourselves all the time. We have comparable cities. I want to know, what are those cities like Rockford, Elgin, Naperville, Aurora, Springfield? What are they doing in their fire services right now? I mean, they're in the same situation we're in. Are they making? Do you know? I know you're part of some groups, city managers, and all that. I mean, what kind of feedback are you getting from our comparable cities?
Well, I can tell you on the revenue side, they're facing the same type of multi-million-dollar revenue shortfalls as we are. What I can't tell you is what they're doing to address their expense base. That's a decision that they may still be dealing with right now. They may have a different fiscal year than we have. We're on a calendar year fiscal year. Many municipalities don't start their fiscal year until May 1. So it just depends on where they are in their fiscal year where they may be having to deal with these types of issues. But we're not alone. There are a lot of communities that are facing multi-million-dollar shortfalls of a similar magnitude, just like we are.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If I just last comment, I mean, I'm in favor of the last item, the $10 million. You talk about our cash flow. I would be supporting anybody's motion on that, but I just can't support the current motion on the floor. Thank you.
Councilman Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've heard it stated tonight that some of us have wanted to do this since March. What some of us have wanted to do is our fiduciary responsibility. I've heard it said that some of us need to be thinking about re-election and what this means to go in front of the voters. Well, that's a good thing. And I was elected to make tough decisions and do my job, not the easy ones, because if it was all easy, none of us need to be here. And if I don't get re-elected, so be it. And I think that it's a real disadvantage if that's the worry, is going up before re-election. I don't even know why anybody would want to be the leaders of a sinking ship if you're not willing to make decisions. Who cares about re-election? What difference does that make if we can't dig ourselves out of this hole? We have been talking about this for 6 months. We're 9 months into the year, and we can't figure out how to fix this budget. The year's almost over. How much longer are we going to sit here? We've had 6 months to go get input from constituents. We've had 6 months to talk on the phone. We've had 6 months to have Zoom calls that we've been having for other things. And so to assume that we need another meeting to talk about this is an absolute waste of time. I am happy to stay here all night long. I am happy to stay here all week long if that's what it takes to finally make some decisions here. If this isn't the thing that's going to fix the budget problem that we have in front of us, then put the motions on the floor so that we can debate them and start to make some decisions. It does us absolutely no good to sit here meeting after meeting after meeting and say, we're going to deal with this next time. We're going to wait a little longer and see what happens. I said months ago the money wasn't going to come to bail us out of this mess. And guess what? The money didn't come. And guess what? We put off making tough decisions 6 months and dug our hole even deeper. Something has to be done, and it's time for this group to grow up and start doing it. Stop sitting in your chair and just waiting on the problem to fix itself. Stop waiting on somebody else to come up with the solution that's going to fix it. Put the motions on the floor and let's vote on them. And I am happy to stay here as long as it takes to do that. Thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the questions I had for the city manager was what type of expenses or what type of funding do we provide to outside agencies besides the city of Peoria? And I'm of the belief that that's probably a drop in the bucket. But for 2021, have we decided as a city to hold off on all purchases, all replacements of vehicles, all replacements of any kind of equipment, holding things on for one more year? I tell people all the time, my car is 14 years old and it's got 262,000 miles on it, and I'm still holding on to it.
That's correct. You have already taken action to suspend nearly $20 million in capital projects. So that's been one area where this council has voted to tighten the belt. Next year, that number will be probably around 20 million or so, maybe a little bit higher than that. But that again, you've restricted the number of capital projects we've had in order to do that. Many of what we have on the budget as support to other agencies is economic development agreements that we are committed to having to make those payments. They are intergovernmental agreements we have with other agencies like Animal Control Services with the county. That'll be coming to you next week, or in 2 weeks. We'll be talking about the full service agreement for Animal Control Services. There's issues like support for the Civic Center and the Convention and Visitors Bureau. That's directly tied to HRA taxes, and with HRA taxes being down, those distributions are down. So it's just going to depend on the nature of that contribution, but it's not as significant as it once was, and some of it is tied directly to certain revenue sources you have in the general fund, like HRA.
I know you used the word capital expenditures, but for the sake of those who are listening or watching, when you refer to capital expenditures, you're also referring to vehicles, computers, any kind of equipment?
When we talk about capital expenditures, we talk about roads, buildings, what goes in the buildings, whether it's furniture or computer equipment, all of that. And we had a capital budget that we cut by $26 million, and then we added 2 road projects back in, but overall that has been restricted now to a smaller dollar amount because of the actions that this council has taken. In addition, as part of the other actions that you took with the budget to reduce $10 million in operating expenses, we've already cut $3.3 million out of the budget in operating expenses for all the departments. So those expenses that's an action you've already taken. We're down to the last 2 decision points, which is the short-term borrowing and what do we do with regards to public safety.
As it relates to short-term borrowing, we're down to, I think when we first started this conversation, we were thinking we might have to borrow $30 million. And then it was 20, and now it's 10?
It's 10 million.
Okay. So that suggests to me that there is some capacity that we could absorb in that space to make sure that we are not, to use your analogy, that our checking account is not empty by the end of 2021. Is that not an opportunity?
I would advise against it. I don't think that it's wise that we borrow any money for short-term operations. Just simply, we're going to get knocked by the credit rating agencies for us going out and asking for money to pay our operating expenses to begin with. And the issue is, and this is the reality. The reality is that we're dancing around the biggest issue that we're facing in our budget, and that's the fact that public safety pension costs are consuming more and more of this budget, and it's not going to be able to be sustainable in the long term. And so we have moved money around, we have created new fees in order to try and cover those costs, because we don't want to have the conversation about funding it with a property tax here at this level. And that's fine. If council, that's a policy decision for you to make, that you don't want to raise property taxes to cover public safety pensions. But that impact then has a ripple effect throughout the rest of the organization. And when we have to make changes, it's because of that. And it's driving us to make these decisions. If you continue to ask to go borrow money to pay operating expenses, in the long term, our credit rating is going to get worse. It just as Councilman Kelly was talking earlier about that being a high-risk situation when you come to borrow money for working capital. That's exactly the same position that we're in right now.
This is my position. We've all talked about COVID. This is a unique situation. We've never been here. So if we get dinged on our credit record because we had to borrow because of COVID, isn't that what the point of all of the funds we're getting from the federal government and state government? They're sending us money because of COVID. And if we get dinged on our credit report, I think we're going to be in good company with a lot of other cities and towns who've had to go through this because of COVID. Now, for me personally, I'm more concerned about saving people's lives than I am my credit report. And if we look at it from that perspective, and the reason I was asking you those questions about what's being cut out of the budget and keeping it to the terms that people use in their everyday lives, I'm not walking around my house talking about capital expenditures. I'm talking about, are we going to replace this sofa? Or are we going to replace that car? And so if we put it in the terms that everyday folks understand, people are smart in our community. They can figure this stuff out, but let's get rid of the jargon that we use around here and put it in terms that folks deal with every day. And what I am suggesting is that if we do that and we clearly use those phrases to describe the desperate place that we are in, although we've been talking about it from a jargon perspective. If you decide to go out and ask for 50 cents more of property taxes or $1 more for property taxes, and they know for a fact that it's going to public safety, that it cannot be touched no matter who's on around the horseshoe because it is paying for public safety and they want public safety, then you pay for what you get. You go to the grocery store and you have $100 worth of groceries, either you pay $100 or you put something back. And so I'm suggesting that if we are as honest with our residents as we can possibly be and show them, I think, yes, some have said, oh, we've been showing, but we've been talking about it in abstract numbers and abstract wording. And I'm just saying, for the average Joe on the street, if you say capital reductions, they have no idea what you're talking about. But if you say I can't buy a car, oh yeah, they get that. And so I'm more concerned about saving people's lives than I am an election. And I think we all would be able to say that we're more concerned about that. And so that's why from the first district, I'm more concerned about life safety. And so, yes, we need to get to the space where we put our big boy pants on and our big girl pants on, and we make the hard decisions to take to our constituents what is needed, but only after they have some confidence that we're not sitting here in the back room trying to parse the money out to someplace else. And that, they have felt in the past that there's been bait and switch on funds that have come in and then we're going to redirect them someplace else. That can't happen. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We're going to keep going here, but there's a couple people who haven't spoken yet. There's some people who have talked for 8+ minutes, so if we can try to be a little bit more concise, it might work. Councilmember Jensen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've got a couple questions. Can you tell me if we do, for the motion that's on the floor, 2 engines is how many firefighters?
22.
And that's how
Now,
approximate,
22, but you've already acted on eliminating 5 vacancies. So that's 17 more positions, because there's
Okay.
already 5 vacant firefighters that council has already removed from the budget.
and that's how many dollars?
It's approximately $1 million a station is what it would boil down to.
And that is 2 stations.
It was 2 engines. 2
And
engines.
ultimately only 1 station once 4 is rebuilt.
It's still a reduction of 2 machines
Right.
is what we're talking about.
So it's 1 million per machine, so it's $2 million.
Correct.
Okay. And then if we were to decommission 1 engine, how many people would that be?
11.
Huh?
11.
Okay, and that with the 5, it would only be?
It would be 6.
6 more. And that's $1 million?
Yes.
Okay.
Approximately.
And how many, do you know how many, and maybe we need chief artists, of the, if we did 2, how many of the 22 are minorities that would be reduced?
I have that information. Hang on just a second. If you did 2 engine companies, we would be, in terms of the layoffs, we would be looking at 2 minorities, 1 black male, 1 2 races male, and 1 white female.
What was the 1 black male, 1 white female, and?
1 2 races.
Okay.
So 2 minorities and 1 female.
And what if
Mr.
we
Manager,
did
if I may, it's actually 2 females.
2 female, okay, thank you.
2 females and 1 black male? Okay, and then if we were to decommission only 1 engine, do you know what the minority makeup of that would be?
I'd have to defer to the chief on that one, if he.
It'd be the same number.
Okay. In terms, and I'm just asking questions here because been a big advocate of not cutting any more fire engines or firefighters. And thank you, Chief Artis, for going through the history because I think it's important for everybody to be reminded of that. And I know we're in a much different situation because we are dealing with COVID. You know, we were not going to have to cut any jobs, 6 months ago. We had a balanced budget for 2 years. So I'm really opposed having to close either of these stations down in the engines because safety is number 1. And I think there are other things that we can do, but I'm just trying to figure out a way to go forward. If we were to decommission only 1 engine and then move forward with the borrowing of the amount you're recommending tonight, which is now $10 million, could we do that without raising taxes?
I'd have to look at it, but I think you would end up, you could probably borrow $10 million. If you go any higher in terms of borrowing, I think it becomes difficult to do it without raising taxes.
If
you borrow more money, you're going to have a repayment source for it. If $10 million is probably the smallest dollar amount we could borrow within the existing revenue streams that we have.
And can we get by, can we go back and look at everything again? If we did 1 engine and borrowed $10 million, then what would be the rest that we would have to make up?
You would see that the budget deficit would be at least $1 million higher over the next 3 or 4 years going out.
And then another follow-up question I have. It was reported in the news that there was a phone call with the mayor and the city manager and maybe some others around the horseshoe with Senator Duckworth. What was the point of that? Did she have any indication on movement with regards to the stimulus money for local governments?
We had a conversation. We expressed our displeasure with kind of the way that things have progressed, not only at Congress, but at the state level as well, with the situation with funding for, local governments. And she expressed that she was going to continue to advocate on our behalf and was looking ahead to say that we'll see if there is something that may come forward. She thinks that there may be, but she knows that there's one person in the Senate that's kind of holding all the cards on that.
No, I'm pretty political and follow national politics and read a lot. If we waited until November and we have a change in administration, that funding could still go through. I'm just trying to come up with a compromise. If we were
waiting till November won't get us, the new administration really won't take effect until January of next year.
Right.
And where they would have any control over the purse strings wouldn't be until January. And it's really Congress that has control over the purse strings.
Right.
So that's really not until January. So you're basically saying if you wait, that we're going to just ride out what we have with the budget as it is, and with $20 million less in revenue in the general fund.
Unless we decommissioned one engine, then we would be about $10 million short rather than 20.
No, it's the revenue shortfall is still $20 million. The expense reductions of reducing the expense, we don't see a lot of it this year because you're not making any of those changes until October 1 of this year. It's what happens in the out years is where we see the savings from making those reductions today.
Okay. I am opposed to the motion on the floor. I won't support it. I'm open to considering, other alternatives, maybe potentially one engine, if that could get us closer to where we need to be without really jeopardizing public safety. But I'd rather move in the direction that Councilman Grab suggested and get neighborhood input and people input and put this off a little further. Thank you.
Councilman Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to suggest that we've been talking about this a long time. Alternatives, we've got stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of paper. And here we are at the end of August saying, gosh, maybe we can think of something else. Okay? We've had months and months and months to think of something else, and it hasn't come along, and the manager has been presenting stuff to us, and we've said, no, let's not do it. Let's not observe the fact that people elected us. Let's throw it back to them. Let's have government by computer, perhaps, okay? If anyone disagrees with me, right, you want to kill people, right? You don't care about public safety, right? That's an insult to people on this body. We've got a real crisis. We have to face it. The crisis isn't just for now, it's for our out years as well. Let's get to it, make the difficult decisions. By golly, if Santa Claus shows up and sprinkles us with money, fine. But I don't think it's going to happen. So let's decide. Thank you.
I had Councilmember Reckriegel next.
Thank you. Couple questions for City Manager Patrick Yerk. Remind us what those letters from the bank said whenever you went to go get credit for us. They told us in very nice ways that we may not be the best bet, correct?
The several of the knocks that we've had from the rating agencies, one have been the low level of reserves that we have. Two, it's been the pension costs that we have and the inability to get over the hurdle and seeing that our unfunded liabilities continue to grow. And I think that the third would be the kind of the economic climate that Peoria is facing. Would be
The third piece was the really important piece, and it was hedged in those letters that they sent back, which was we don't have an economic plan to get the city back in fiscal order. We talk about it. We've talked about it for years. We've talked about the importance of reserves. It's funny that, and if we look at the conversation, and I think Councilmember Kelly brings up some really good points whenever he was talking about the revolving loan fund. Because under a typical revolving loan fund, we would look at their ongoing business plan, probably a little tighter than we would under what we're looking at here, because times are different. We're trying to pump some money into the economy. Our long-term economic business plan, which, trust me, I know our citizens are talking about a lot with the city. And that's also a component of what they need to see is, and they ask for is, what are you going to tax me? What are my property taxes going to be? What is the fiscal, are you going to have to raise sales taxes again? If you haven't checked, we've got some pretty high sales taxes around here. And that's what I'm hearing when I read those answers from the bank is, we haven't developed a business plan. And maybe that's a bad term, but the first thing you teach anybody in financial planning, and Councilmember Sear mentioned it, is to save for the rainy day. Whether you are a single family member, a family married with kids, whether you're a business, or whether you're a city. We didn't do that. And a lot of those reserves that we have in the reserve account right now are actually sort of earmarked for other expenses that are coming up. So just because you look at that and think we have the money, it would be like looking at your checking account and thinking you don't have checks that are going to go through in the next week. The city provides wonderful services. We've got fantastic public safety. We've got other pieces as well that we are very good at. And we are working on very limited budgets. But if we don't make the decisions to be able to help our city be able to regroup so that we can be here, which I think is going to be the next good thing for our city coming down the path if we can get there in a couple of years. But right now, we're in this situation we didn't create. COVID, nobody had it in their game plan like this, and nobody knew that it would treat us like it did. But we also don't know where the end of it is. And you provided on the back here some really good updated information about what we think the end of the year is going to look like. And when we're looking at some of these tax areas being down double digits from where we budgeted, this means that when we get into 2021, we're also going to have to be making some additional cuts. So we're not just deciding now. And to me, I'm sitting here going, we're looking at another 30 days, another 6 days, another 90 days. Our city deserves a plan that we know is going to work and that we can really make sure that we can see where we've get on, because we need to start working that plan. The plan tells us we're going to have some more decisions to make in a couple of months as we go into 2021. I know it's not popular this year, and that's why I could not see taking 3 engines out. I don't know that maybe those engines numbers are decided yet. I hear they are. I don't know that to be true. But if we're not going to make decisions and we're going to wait, at what point, City Manager, do we run out of money?
Well, I think that the challenge to that is really kind of looking at how fast we start to burn through cash. The important thing that we did tonight with adopting the budget or the debt restructuring is that buys us at least $10 million at the end of this year, that we were going to have that cash going out the door to make those debt service payments. So that's one piece. I'll turn to Director Scroggins to ask him to just touch base on what it would look like from a cash flow perspective and when he would anticipate we would exhaust those unrestricted fund balances in the general fund.
Can you hear me? Yep. So as we presented to you over the last 6 months, we've really looked at cash flow in total. It's not really been by general fund, by all the various funds. We've looked at it in total. Currently, the projection in total would be that we would have approximately $10 million left in December. Combine that with the $10 million of the restructuring bonds. We still have cash on hand, approximately $20 million. Now, that being said, the general fund would be approximately $8 million in the hole. We'd be borrowing funds from other funds to continue to make payments. Thereby, the $10 million cash flow, working cash bonds would replenish the general fund, and they would be able to. We wouldn't be borrowing from the other funds at that point in time. So it's a little more complicated than just total cash flow, because our presentation was based on the fact that we were using all the cash at our disposal before we went out to borrow money.
Great. And City Manager, the reason I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that people, councils, groups put finances in restricted accounts is so that they're used as be spent there. And I think we've got a history of maybe not paying some of those back as we should have as a city, and that goes back many, many years. So it sounds like the plan, from what I'm hearing, some say is, let's do that again. Let's take the cash out of the kitty and put another IOU that at some point we hope that we're going to be off to pay, because we've had such great success at that in the past. So I guess that's what I'm hearing as the possible solution. So thank you.
Okay, I have Councilman Regenbach next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I hesitated if I should hit my button to speak or not, because with all due respect, it seems like this is kind of a repeat of what we've been talking about for the last 4 months, and I haven't heard a lot of new ideas come forth. But Mr. Manager, you've said this in a couple different ways, but let me just ask you one more time, if I may. The $10 million borrowing, if we shut down 2 pieces of fire equipment, we could manage with no new taxes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the numbers that you had bandied, or you and Mr. Scroggins had put forth earlier when we were talking about a $30 million borrowing or $20 million, I don't have all of my notes from previously, but how much of a property tax increase would those result in?
Well, it's as a rule of thumb, it's about 10%. So it'd be a $30 million borrowing would be $3 million of additional taxes to pay it back.
All right. And for the homeowner, the consequence of that was it $50?
Director Scroggins, offhand, do you remember what that would be if we did a $3 million repayment with that?
I believe that's like a 15-cent increase per 100. You may be looking at $100.
$100.
Somewhere in that neighborhood per year.
So none of this comes cheaply. And even the comment you made that we're going to save $10 million on the bond restructuring, the refunding, but let's not kid ourselves. That's kicking the can down the road. That's not eliminating that. So we're still at that situation that we've been at since this started. I think as we talk about fire engines and things like that, we really need to be careful about saying, I don't want to cut the one in my district. And that might be heresy to hear from a district council member, but folks, this is going to affect the entire city. This is a chess game here. This isn't something that the engines in the 3rd district don't, the firehouse in the 3rd district doesn't just serve the 3rd district, it serves the entire city. The one in the 5th district doesn't just go to the 5th district, it goes to the 4th district and the 3rd district and wherever it's needed. And I think we're really being short-sighted if we just look at how that's going to play in one particular locale. We need to be able to have the confidence in our decisions to tell our constituents that, look, this COVID knocked 25% of our revenue out of the budget. That wasn't anything any of us planned on, anticipated, and we have made 13% employee reductions in multiple departments. When people talk about the fat at City Hall, I don't think there is any. So the choices, as Councilman Kelly and Euler talked about, we've had many choices brought forward, and we keep saying we'll take a look at them later. Let's make a decision. Let's get the plan in place that Councilman Rodrigo was just talking about. And then if for some reason Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi come to a deal, we can look at doing something to restore some of the pain. But the pain is getting worse, ladies and gentlemen. It's not getting better. So let's look at this from a city lens. Let's look at the choices we've had. And as much as it stinks, I think the motion on the floor is the one that's going to get us where we need to be, and will set the groundwork as we start next year's budget here next month. So, thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Montalongo next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have a question for Chief Artis. Chief, if we did not cut Engine 20, what would be your next recommendation?
For 2 machines or 1 machine, Councilman?
For two machines.
I don't have a second recommendation.
If you were going to cut 3 machines, what would have been your 3 machines?
3 machines were Engine 20, Engine 4, and Truck 1.
All right, I don't have any other questions right this moment.
I know we still have lights on, but I think everybody's spoken on most twice. So I'm just going to make a couple quick comments here. To the question of which machines, I think that I appreciate the chief's history on how this happened. I can tell you, probably unfortunately, but from experience, there was a time in recent history where a city council tried to micromanage down to the point of telling a fire chief which machines he should choose to shut down, which is basically what's being done here. And the fire chief at that time, who is not even in our world anymore, was adamant that the council was out of line for trying to tell a professional firefighter who knew where to place their machines. And it wasn't a difficult concept to understand. And so for those who weren't here 15 or 16 years ago when that happened, the chief supplied us several months ago with a several-page document outlining why he chose the machines that he chose. And it wasn't based on who pays more taxes. It wasn't based on his relationship with anybody on the city council. It wasn't based on any of his firefighters that he thought were better than others, or It was based on safety. And it wasn't just based on safety for the citizens that he's responding to, but as important, it's the safety of the people that are going into that fire. So, people are offended. Not in my district. You can't cut my station. For 3 or 4 months, it's been, if it was 3 machines, and the chief just said, if it was 3 machines, it was engine 4, engine 20, and truck 1. And if it's 2 machines, it's engine 4 and engine 20. And he explained why. And it'd probably be good for the manager to send that information back out tomorrow, regardless of how this comes down. Because he doesn't want to close any of them. But he certainly had a strong professional recommendation for why he did. And now, who cares about the fact that we're bleeding profusely? The city is in really bad financial situation. We know what needs to be done, but not if that fire truck is in my neighborhood. Regardless if my district already has 2 or 3 fire stations. Folks, this is ugly, ugly decision making. And it has to happen. And there's 11 people in the whole city that say, I have what it takes to sit up there and make a decision. And I've never served on a council that was less willing to do that. And it pains me to say that. It pains me to say that. We know what needs to be done. So at the same time you want to have a meeting, I don't care where you have the meeting, if you have it at the Gateway Building and wherever, have them wherever you want to have them. Here's the first thing you got to tell them. If we don't do this, we're raising your taxes. I'm telling you, this cannot be done. We've been searching for a revenue stream for not just since COVID happened, for the last 10 years. When we get in this tough budget times, it always comes down to needing new revenue. And that's where it is tonight. Just do 1 machine instead of 2. Well, okay, then we still got to find $1 million. Where are you going to find $1 million? Just magically going to pop up. These decisions are so unbelievably hard. I've been a part of them for many, many years, and there's nothing worse than having to make a decision to downsize the organization. A lot of the reasons we've done that, and it's not a blame game, the state has put us in an absolutely untenable position, mostly with the pension obligations that we have. Forcing our hand, because they're forcing people out of the state. People can't get out of this state quick enough. So the deficits that we continue to have are structural deficits, and I think we all know what that means. So taking a little bit out of the capital budget this year, not doing that road project, moving that money over to the operating side means that next year, the structural deficit is still there. I wish we could be one of the comparables that the chief mentioned that had double-digit more officers and more firefighters than we have. I wish we did. Rockford's a much bigger community than we are in population. Naperville's, got a great sales tax base and high property tax base, but folks, it is what it is. I can wish all day, and it's not going to make anything better. So, we got put here to make decisions. We didn't get put here to punt. We didn't get put here to just have a meeting next week and then have a meeting after that and then cross our fingers and hope that, the fairy god people in Washington, D.C. come and save us. Make sure when you have that conversation about not wanting to close that machine that the chief is recommended for safety of the people that are going to be at a disadvantage going into a fire because they're not going to have the support behind them. That's why he made the decisions that he did. Make sure you tell those people that their taxes are going to go up otherwise. And I'm telling you, I can pretty much bet that you might not hear the same response about raise my taxes. I'm excited to see that group of people that says raise my taxes. For 3 or 4 months, it's been engine 4, engine 20, and truck 1. And for those that didn't read it the first time or forgot about it, we'll send it out tomorrow. Nothing, that wasn't a last minute flip. Councilman Sear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick question for the chief. Chief, you still there? Chief? City manager, maybe you would know the answer. Which house has more than one apparatus in the firehouse?
I think the chief, are you there?
Is the staff mic still on? Anybody in there? If not,
Is this on now?
Yeah, it is.
I apologize. Having a little bit of mic problem. I'm sorry, Councilman. Could you repeat the question, please?
The stations, fire station around the city, which one has more than one truck or engine in the firehouse?
Station 8 on Hurlburt has an engine and a truck. Central House on Monroe has an engine and a truck. And Station 15 on Detweiler has an engine and a truck.
Thank you.
Councilman Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've learned through the years that whenever John Wayne walks into the chamber and says, we need to make the tough decisions, that always means we are in deep trouble. And I know how things were handled after the Great Recession. The austerity model was used. Manager Urich, maybe some others, presided over cutting of hundreds of jobs. Hundreds of jobs. And you tell us about the 200-plus positions we've cut over the past 15 years, and we can't figure out why we can't quite dig ourselves out of the hole. I'll tell you why. It's because we use the same approach each time. Drive around the city. What do you see under current management? You see litter strewn everywhere. You see high weeds because we've devastated code enforcement. You see houses that need to be demolished. You see people who are mentally ill standing almost anywhere you go in the city, and we do not have a plan. But we're a compassionate people. Yes, we are. The people we represent are, but we have to go to them and explain to them what the choices are. We have patrol cars that are supposed to patrol. Instead, they race from one shot spotter to the next. In 2015, we had 250 sworn police officers. Today, we're going to be lucky to have 217 by the start of the year, and we're asking them to be mental health care workers. What's wrong with that picture, Mr. Fiscal Conservative, wherever you are? You're not fiscally conservative. You're destroying the viability of this city. And to say it is what it is to consign this city to the same type of problem we've had year after year after year. And there's nothing magic about amassing big reserves. Because if you're taxing the people way too much, then maybe you shouldn't have all those reserves. A number of years ago, we had somebody who sat on tons of money who occupied one of our elected positions, and he wasn't using it for the benefit of the people because he was fiscally conservative. Well, you can fiscally conservative destroy the city because that's not fiscally conservative. When you have officer safety being challenged, when you have firefighter safety, residents in our neighborhoods, their safety being jeopardized by your budget, and because you don't have enough guts to visit the people and tell them and show them what the options are, you're afraid to even mention the word tax. Let's say you want all these things. Here's what it's going to cost. Have you ever considered that? Have you ever considered doing that? Here are the choices. You want to continue to have all this wreckage in our older neighborhoods south of Ward Drive with the city capsizing? With property values going down? People not even wanting to live here? Is that the kind of city you want? Because you won't ask the people what choice they might recommend. Maybe at the end of the day they'll say, hell no, I don't want any more taxes. Hell no, I don't want any more police officers. I don't want to pay for them. Go ahead, close my firehouse. I don't care if this house is falling down next to me, if we don't have enough money to demolish things. You already considered 15 inches of tall grass. Thank God you retreated from that. And wait until the next 4-inch snowstorm, Mr. Manager. And it's 2 to 3 days before we get the people dug out of their side streets, and we're having problems getting fire trucks and police cars and ambulances down those streets because you already approved that. You wait. Then you come tell me, we made the tough decisions. You come and tell me that. You didn't have the guts to go to the people and tell them, here are our choices. What do you think? I'm not afraid of going to them. Maybe they will instruct us in a manner in which I'm not expecting, but I'm willing to hear that. I really believe in transparency. I really believe in that. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but I know the greatness of the people of Peoria. The people of Peoria know and are willing to sacrifice if they feel we're not subsidizing the Pier Marquette. And I didn't vote for it. Or all these other garbage projects we've had that have diverted our attention away from core basic services. This administration does not have the imagination to give you figures because you haven't demanded them. Then we can go ahead and have the 2 meetings, and I'm going to make a substitute motion, and show the people the math and ask them what they want us to do. See how they feel at the Gateway Building. See how they feel at Exposition Gardens. Then go ahead, those of you who want to make these cuts. You go ahead and do it. You can always say, that's what the people told me to do. But guess what? I won't vote for them. And I don't want to hear it is what it is. It is what it is. I've heard that before. And that is disgusting. So my substitute motion is to go have 2 town hall meetings right after Labor Day on Wednesday and the following week on Labor Day, 2 different parts of the city, and hear from our constituents. And manager, you be prepared to tell them what it's going to cost. And then let them tell us, we don't want to pay for it. Okay? Then you can say, Graham, you misread the public. They're perfectly happy with weeds, structures that need to be demolished, people running wild, all the shots being fired, firefighters possibly being killed. You misread the public. They don't really care about all these people begging on the streets, the mentally ill people.
Councilman, can I ask you to wrap
They
it up?
don't care. I just made a substitute motion. You're in a big hurry to get through this, aren't you?
Councilman, you're currently, I'm going to stop the timer.
Yeah.
You're
You were timing everybody else, Mr. Mayor,
I
because it's not going the way you want it. And it's been going the way you want it after the Great Recession. That's why we're in the mess we're in right now.
Unfortunately, your mic's not on. I'm asking, Councilman, I'm asking you to wrap it up. I'm not cutting your mic off.
You are cutting me off. You are cutting me off. You tried to gun a motion a few minutes ago, which was shameful. That is shameful. I'm not sitting here on the council to put up with this nonsense. This chicanery, this trickery with who's recognized and when. And then being told I can't make the tough decisions. So that's my substitute motion. Let's go out and hear what our constituents say, and let's have the facts, mathematical facts and figures.
Substitute motion and a second by Councilmember Jensen. I would like to say, respectfully, Councilman, I made the wrong call. I hit the wrong button on calling the question. I did not want to call the question until everybody spoke. My mistake. I own it, okay? I've never stopped, at least on the first 2 or 3 rounds, okay? We all get very impassioned on these things, and no one gets more impassioned than you. You're one of our senior members. You've seen it before, and I totally respect that. But it comes to a point where we gotta, unless everybody gets that opportunity to go 3rd, 4th, and 5th round, we'll be here till tomorrow just waiting to make sure everybody knows that we're all passionate about this, and we are. I have respect for everybody around the horseshoe. So my frustration is that at the end of the day, I still stand by what I say. The only way to get where we need to get out of this hole, if we don't do what's been recommended, is going to be a tax increase. And I promise you, as sure as I'm sitting here, I promise you that it's going to be at least two months before we get to have 2 meetings and come back and have people say, we don't want to lose our fire stations, but don't raise my taxes. So we're going to be 2 months more of bleeding the Treasury. And that it's just, I don't think that's fiduciarily right. I don't think it's ethically right. And I think that's the reason that we get put here to make these tough decisions. It's not to push it out. And then we're gonna be in the holidays. It's not appropriate. That's just my opinion. I'm not. And I do apologize that I did hit the wrong button on calling the question. Councilman Euler on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have had the numbers for almost 6 months. They have been updated meeting after meeting as conditions have evolved. We have gotten updated emails in between meetings telling us what the numbers are evolving to as conditions change in our economy and our community. I see constituents at the grocery store. I see them at the hardware store. I answer their phone calls. I get their emails and their text messages. There should be no confusion over what our numbers are and what our situation is. They can see it on the internet, they can see it on the news, they can hear it on the radio. They can see it, we can communicate it. It's our job to talk to them about it. And if you haven't been doing that all of this time, I don't know what you've been doing, because this is one of the most important things we deal with. And so to not have constituent input almost 6 months in is crazy. What are we doing here? Another meeting is just another delay and stall tactic to accomplish nothing. Put the motion on the floor to raise taxes if people want to raise taxes. Put motions on the floor to make alternative decisions if that's what you want to do, but that's what we're here for. I don't need more time to hear from constituents. I don't need any additional phone calls and emails and going in to have a meeting to understand that the constituents want us to do our job. And for the comment about go get the hell no on taxes, I have gotten the hell no on taxes. I have been told repeatedly, no more taxes, enough is enough. So we need to start talking about what we're going to do, and it doesn't take more meetings to do it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more lights, so we have a motion and a second to hold a couple more meetings and get direction and then come back after we get some of that direction. I would sincerely hope that we don't have to do that. And if the original motion to clutch 2 machines fails, perhaps we can come back with a motion to get 1 machine with the borrowing and then see what's going to transpire. At least it moves the ball closer to the goal line, folks. At some point, we have got to do something. I'm just think ahead here. So Councilmember Moore's lights up. I hope this doesn't turn into round 4 on comments, but Councilmember Moore.
I just have a quick question. As I think the motion you're about to call is on the meetings. Is it possible that we can direct the city manager to come back to us with something of a, if we're not going to cut any engines, and we've received a lot of emails from people regarding not cutting any fire stations or engines or equipment. I think those people, and they're probably listening now, could respond as to whether they would be interested or would even consider supporting some small type of tax increase to save that engine that they're trying to save, or that station. I'm sure they're listening, and I'm sure they will respond with whether they would be interested in that or not. And if they would be interested in that or not, I think when we come back, the city manager should have something in front of us to say, okay, if you keep 2, it's this kind of increase. If you only keep 1, it's this kind of increase. So at least we have additional information to consider instead of waiting 2 months and then asking him to do that. That's what my question would be.
I had several council people tell me before the meeting that they didn't like it, but they could support 1. And now all of a sudden it's fingers in the wind. If there's one consistent message that I hear every single day in this city, on more than one occasion, no more taxes. I cannot pay any more taxes. And anybody in here that's not hearing that besides Councilman Graham, I would love to find out where you hang out all day, because I can't go anywhere that people say, don't raise our taxes. I don't care what's going on. Do we need this before we, Councilman Kelly?
Well, perhaps not, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to remind us all that there's a motion on the floor that we should be discussing. We shouldn't be discussing the other motion.
No, it's a substitute motion.
Right.
In a second. That's
right.
And so
that, Mr. Graham's motion.
Right.
Let's talk about
that's
that, and let's.
Well, that's what we just got done doing. So the motion is on the floor. Please cast your ballots. That motion fails with 3 ayes and 8 noes, voting yes, council members Graham, Jensen, and Moore. So, believe it or not, we're back at the original motion, way back when, by Councilman Ruckriegel and seconded by Councilmember Riggenbach, which was 2 machines and the borrowing of $10 million. Anybody need to go into that one again? No, that was the motion. The motion failed. Was the reconsideration?
Not up to their to press to get called on. It's still on voting.
Did you want to talk?
Yeah, I was just going to make I'd like to call the question.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Do we need a second for that motion, or is everybody just ready to vote? I think everybody's ready to vote. Please cast your ballots. It's the original motion by Councilmember, it was about 2 hours ago. It was a motion it was the recommendation of the manager to cut, not not the recommendation of the manager. It was to cut 2 machines and do the borrowing. The manager's recommendation was for 3. Madam Clerk, am I right on that?
Yes, it's $10 million in borrowing, and it's cutting 2 machines. That's the motion on the floor.
Hold on a second. Councilman Sear.
Just one. My understanding was 2 machines, but specifically 4 and 20. Is that the motion?
The motion was for 2 machines, not specific to what machines they were. That was the chief's choice. The motion didn't indicate what machines we were going to close. The motion indicated how many.
So, Mr. Mayor, I guess the tough choice for me is I know that we need to cut 2 machines, but I'd like to have more. I mean, probably not tonight, and I don't want to do the chief's job, but I'd like to have somebody needs to tell me why it has to be 20. That's simple. So I thought the motion was specifically, maybe I misunderstood when Mr. Montalago about 4 and 20, but so there's no, the motion has no firehouse right now.
The motion is to close 2 stations, and we're leaving it up to 2 machines. And typically, the council would leave that up to the professionals to decide what that is. I mean, the chief, I don't know if the chief still has I'm sure he probably knows it by heart, but he has the reasoning. If you'd like to hear the reasoning, he indicated that he wasn't going to change his choice, but if you need to hear his reasoning before you can cast a vote tonight, or if you can't cast a vote tonight, then we're going to vote. One word.
I'd like to know his reasoning, please.
Chief, if the chief's still there, I know you supplied this to us a couple months ago, but council would like a review of the rationale behind your recommendations.
No problem at all. We're way past the point of, and this isn't being dramatic again, we're way past the point of operating safely. Our job as a command staff is to do everything we can to ensure the safety of our members. When you look at Engine 4 and Engine 20, if you close anything around them, their response times for their backup is already way past NFPA standards. And we'll talk about Engine 20 specifically. Those houses are lightweight construction. Many of them are wide open spaces, and they burn very quickly. We are not, and I cannot stress this enough, we are not going to put them in that position because they will not stay outside. They will not take a moment of pause knowing that their backup is 8 to 10 minutes away and wait outside. They are going inside. That's what they do. That's what professional firefighters do. And that's what they are going to do. So the only option we have, whether it's the crew at Engine 4 or the crew at Engine 20, is to take them away so they don't put themselves in that position. That is the reason behind it. And as I told Councilman Montalongo, we are not going to change that because we are not going to jeopardize the safety of our members any more than it already is.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your ballots. That motion fails. Voting aye, Mayor Artis, Councilman Kelly, Euler, Riggenbach, and Ruck Regal. Voting no, Council members Ali, Sear, Graham, Jensen, Montalongo, and Moore. Madam Clerk.
If there's no further unfinished business?
Any unfinished business out there tonight? Unfinished? Madam Clerk.
We would be at new business.
New business is coming before the council. New business. Councilman Graham.
One of the very highest priorities for us in Peoria needs to be to deal with some of our most underserved people who are out on the streets, walking around, no place to go, soliciting, begging, while we have a mental health care system in Peoria that is basically not intact. This city must figure out how to help these people. Almost everywhere you drive in Peoria, you see this, and it's not just something that developed because of COVID. We had it as a pre-existing problem before COVID hit. Now, some of you might say, well, guess what? They have a problem in Springfield, Rockford. Gee, they even have it in Indiana. Illinois is terrible. Even have it in Indiana. They even have it in Michigan. Peoria is different. We are exceptional in our ability to work together as a community to solve these problems. West Bluff Council, proud organization in the 2nd District, has listened to some of the wonderful people in our city who want to help the homeless. But the folks that I'm talking about now are in many cases suffering from substance abuse and or mental disorders, and they need our help. Mr. Manager, I believe we need to challenge our public safety services to come up with a plan. The emergency response system's not cutting it. The 30-some beds at Methodist Hospital's not cutting it. How we can be a compassionate people and let this continue. Do you have some suggestion as to who we might be able to talk to? I do, but I'm just wondering what you think. I'm not talking homeless. We have plenty of places for the homeless. I'm talking the mentally ill people who need our help. Hot weather, 100 degrees, soon it's going to be cold. What are we going to do about these folks?
Councilman, I think that there are people that are currently homeless, there are people that are currently mentally ill and homeless, and there are people that are currently out panhandling it at a number of street corners that may or may not be homeless. And it could be a reflection of the COVID economy that we're facing right now. So we can certainly engage the mental health providers in the community. The police department has a great working relationship with the ERS system, and we can continue to have those conversations with our hospitals to talk about what we can do to see if there's things that we can do to address the situation.
Well, under a previous president, we were going to save money. We were going to make the tough decisions, and we were going to save money by talking about community-based mental health. Folks, it's a failure. When they closed Zeller down, we didn't have places for people to go who needed help. This is called what? Fiscal conservatism, and instead we're dealing with problems in our legal system, our law enforcement system, locking people up who really have problems and they need help, and we have no way of providing it. And it's not just Peoria, but we're different. We in Peoria can come up with a solution if we try. I have faith and confidence in our people. That's why I'm not afraid at all to meet in town halls or to get suggestions from you, Mr. Manager, because I'm going to hear a lot from my constituents about it. I already have. And we're going now to real-life meetings in District 2. One's coming up. I would like the administration to start thinking about it and come up with a Peoria solution. We don't have to imitate other cities that sit by and allow this to happen. We're different. We're an exceptional people. Thank you.
Councilmember Riggenbach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On a different note, I'd like to ask my colleagues if they have any idea what is 65,000 square feet, has 175 parking spots, 135 exam rooms, and just took 1,400 gallons of paint to give it a new look. While it is, and I quote, the old Cub food, now home to OSF Medical Group and U of I College of Medicine and Heartland Clinic. This is going to be opening here in just a few weeks, and it's going to be a tremendous resource for the community. I was able to get a sneak peek in there today, and let me tell you, it's not going to disappoint. So thank you to OSF for their continued leadership in our community and for their commitment to the heart of the city. That's much appreciated, and I think it just shows that that Nebraska corridor is an important piece for that part of town as well. So thank you.
Councilmember Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I wanted to take this time to thank the Community Development Department, specifically Ashley Elias and his team for the work that they pulled forward on the south side of Peoria, on Malone, Star, and Latrobe. Over the last couple of weeks, they've been doing details down there, and they went deep. And we talk about our communities on the south side in the 1st District looking just as nice as any place else. And this team pulled together to make sure that was happening. And the folks on Malone, Star, and Latrobe, I've heard from folks down there who have been greatly appreciative of the, I don't want to say extra effort, but the concentration of effort, I'll say, in the last couple of weeks down there. So thank you to the Community Development. Director Ross, you have a great team over there. Excuse me, Director Black. You have a great team led by Joe Doolin, who's always responsive to whatever my calls are, and his team, including Ashley and everyone else in there. So kudos to you guys. You did great work. On another note, I wanted to bring forward, before the next council meeting, the Tri-County Regional Planning Census Group will be having an event at Martin Luther King Jr. Park on Saturday, September the 5th. In the early afternoon, they will have food and all kinds of social distancing and masks and hand sanitation. But the purpose is to make this last big sweep for the census. And so we're hoping folks come out. If you come out, there will be folks there that will take your census information from you. We're trying to make sure that the hard-to-count population is addressed. And I'm going to speak about this at every council meeting until it's over, that this census will set the stage for the next 10 years. And it will determine how much funding comes to the city, comes to my district, comes to everybody's district. And so if you know people, please call your neighbors and friends and ask them, no matter what city, state, or town they live in, to make sure they take the census. Sooner than later, this coming Saturday, I want to remind everyone about the Southside Farmers Market that's taking place at the former Save-A-Lot / Alding building from 10 to 2, and that's going to be going on through mid-October. And so that's another announcement you'll hear me make every week until that's over. The Southside Farmers Market is a way to bring more vegetables and fresh fruits and those types of things to a community that, just like some other communities in our area, are food deserts. It's not the best solution, but it's the best solution for right now. It's a solution that is needed right now for folks who cannot get out to get vegetables. So I hope you come out. It's on Western at the right across from Dollar General. It's the old Aldi building for those who have been here for a long time, and for those who have been here for a short time, it was Save-A-Lot for a short time. And finally, as you may or may not know, August has been National Black Business Month. And this is a month where we try to recognize black businesses and try to support them in their endeavors. You may have heard a report recently that 41% of black businesses will not be in existence after COVID. And that's a real concern. And so on the 1,000 block of Ting Street, there will be a National Black Business Month outdoor marketplace from 10 to 2 also this Saturday. It's a wonderful thing to have multiple things going on in the 1st District. And so I hope that you support both the Southside Farmers Market, buy all their vegetables and their fruit, and then come over and eat that while you're walking through the National Black Business Month Outdoor Expo on Ting Street, the 1,000 block of Ting, that's between Garden and Jefferson, next to what used to be Southside Bank, and now it's called Busey Bank. Thank you.
Councilman Sear.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to recognize 4 firefighters tonight. Unfortunately, in the 5th District, Station 20 a couple weeks ago, one of our truck was hit by a drunk driver, totaled the truck. But I want to recognize at 1:30 in the morning, Michael Ralston, Greg Parker, and Zach Fulford, our firemen that were in the truck, they were okay within a couple of days and back to work, but appreciate them in the 5th District. And also I want to recognize off-duty fireman, Shane, I'm going to misplace or mispronounce his name probably, Shane Pomeroy, who was out off-duty at one of his child softball game and was able to administer CPR to a freshman that was doing at a cross-country meet right here in Peoria and save his life. So these guys do great work even when they're off-duty. I just want to recognize these 4 gentlemen. Thank you.
I was asked by the Peoria Public Library to invite everyone to take part in an online discussion this Saturday, the 29th, called The Help You Give. It's a conversation about healing. The Peoria Public Library, as some of you may recall, brought the book forward for Peoria Reads this year. The book was called The Hate You Give. Councilwoman Ali and Chris Johnson, who is the Focus Deterrence Project Manager with the Police Department, are among the panelists. Even if you haven't read the book, which you should, and I have, it's very good and very timely. The public is invited to take part in this discussion. You can find details on the library's website or the Facebook page. Again, that's this Saturday, August the 29th. I also am very excited to end a meeting on a very positive note. I received an email this morning from William Crozer, who is the Deputy Director for the White House Office of Intergovernmental Affairs. And he informed me that today, the First Lady unveiled artworks to be part of the Building the Movement, America's Youth Celebrate 100 Years of Women's Suffrage initiative. It was announced in June, and the initiative solicited drawings from children between the ages of 3 and 12, depicting imagery related to the suffrage movement as part of the celebration of the 100th anniversary of the 19th Amendment, which gave American women the right to vote. Only one student from each of the 50 states, the District of Columbia, American Samoa, Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands were selected. I am very excited to tell us, everyone, that the young artist representing the state of Illinois is Tanishka Panda for her piece that is titled I Deserved. She's a second grader at Hickory Grove Elementary School. She's 7 years old, and Tanishka loves to help the community by raising funds through her paintings for various charitable organizations. Recently, young Tanishka was the winner for the Panacea Art Challenge organized by the North-South Foundation, and she donated a prize amount of $1,500 to her choice of charities, the United Way, Heart of Illinois, to help kids with COVID-19. She has also won multiple awards at the Heart of Illinois Fair in 2019. Tanishka's parents are Nalish and Snigda, who work at Caterpillar, and her little brother is Arhan. They are all unbelievably proud of their daughter and sister and very happy for the recognition of her talent and hard work. We will be posting links to the online exhibit and the winning piece on our social media pages and website, and I've been told by our communications director, Stacy Peterson, that will be done tomorrow. So we invite people to go look at Tanishka's artwork. We're very proud of her, and just goes to show you we have a lot of good young kids in our community who are going to be great future leaders in our community. Madam Clerk.
We're at citizens' opportunity to address the City Council, and the City Clerk's office did not receive any comments to be read this evening, but I think there were some cards.
Anybody that would like to address the City Council under citizens to address? Seeing none.
Okay, we do not have an executive session, so we would be at adjournment.
We have a motion to adjourn by Councilmember Kelly, seconded by Councilmember Riggenbach. Please cast your ballots. That motion passes unanimously. We'd like to thank Joe Deacon at WCBU as well as Cable Channel 22. This meeting is adjourned.